It's Shredney. It's like Shapes and Forms, except not, because it's Saturday.
Yeah. I couldn't make it this week because of weather bullshit. So
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah. Is this game actually running? What is this? Okay, there we go. Nothing's wanting to work today. The fucking audio mixer locked up for a second.
Oh jeez.
What is the fucking thing that I use for this one? 1280 by 960.
It's right next to where I meant it.
Hi.
Indeed.
I'm getting. I was
Sorry,
getting a Death Stranding ad.
A Death Stranding ad. I have heard that game is okay.
It's a game.
I had the suspicion you were going to say it was okay.
Yeah.
Kojima did it. It's a game.
It's a game.
It's a game.
Very much the end
Hold
product
on.
of Kojima being allowed to do whatever the hell he wants.
Are we still dropping frames? That's not good.
I mean, I didn't see anything playing.
Well,
that's
that's because I don't have the screen share on because it's Risk of Rain. But
no, I'm saying I'm looking on Twitch.
well, I mean, right now it's just a banner, but OBS.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
OBS threw up a frame drop warning, so I'm hoping that's just like it shaking the cobwebs out. Let me log or send Trey the invite. Should I send an invite to Mala just to be an annoyance? Hello, Marone.
Hello.
T-posing to assert dominance in the Twitch chat.
Meron, you will never be able to assert dominance in any space.
Wow. The hostility out of nowhere.
Vicious.
Just slam. We love you,
Rain
Meron.
2, not responding. Okay, now it is. What is going on with my electronics today?
Oh no! Oh
It's
no!
weird.
Oh no!
No,
I
that's
mean,
forbidden. That's also not Shreddy's problem. That's my problem.
yeah. I mean, my response is bring it on.
Alright.
Like, you are like little baby. Watch this. Suck.
Fucking fight.
God.
I am on so many levels of irony right now.
Shredney, you are an irony.
Irony levels.
Yes, I mean, I have to keep my blood saturated with irony to survive.
You know, I hear if you have a blood irony level over 3.0, they pull you over. That's a joke about drunk driving. Thank you, everybody. I'll be here all week.
But if they pull me over, I can just
pull me over.
Meme so hard that the pigs they gotta run. They gotta run from my memes. From my dank memes.
Memes so hard, motherfuckers want to find me.
Exactly.
That shit cray.
The reminder of any, like, even remotely good Kanye West song is bittersweet now.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's been bittersweet ever since, like... Well, honestly, since that bizarre interview Letterman apparently did with him, where he, like, veers back and forth between being really lucid and intelligent and, like, just a babbling lunatic.
What about you don't have the answer, Sway?
How, Sway?
Let's
How?
let's argue Trump. I don't think anybody here likes Trump. If they
No.
do, they would not be allowed here. Is the secret?
No.
It's kind of a self-enforcing thing.
Yeah.
By self-enforcing, I mean me enforcing.
Yeah, but even without that, it's like, I'll just see myself out, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I got a crowbar.
Crowbar. You gonna
What?
Gordon Freeman this shit?
Yeah, cause like I'm hitting them. That's kind of how Loader does her thing.
Akon is not Kanye West. I'm confused.
Akon has been building power grids in Africa for the past 10 years.
Good for him.
Yeah, he kind of left his career behind to do that, which is noble.
That is admirable.
Yeah.
What's your source on that? Empirical reality?
American empirical pictures.
American empiricalism. You can't tell me what to do, American. I don't believe in facts.
What's
The
a
Leptin
fact?
Daisy. I forgot about this one.
Yes. The healing
Kanye
note on the
gesturing.
teleporter.
Yeah.
Kanye gesturing at QAnon. Is this a fact?
Shredney,
It's a
I'm
rock fact.
gonna gesture at you, and it's not gonna be a nice gesture.
Oh no. Oh, stop. No. No, Madeline. No. No.
Hey,
No!
hey Trey, you seeing this?
Yes. Holy crap.
Yee! Now, it would be great if I could actually hit the damn thing.
God. I respect
Rodeo
it, Spider-Gwen.
time.
Good lord.
I wanna be a cowboy, baby.
Oh my god, you're wrestling it.
That was so great. I didn't know you can actually hit the enemies with the grappling hook.
Swing that shit. God. Masterpiece.
This is what art is, and if you don't
I
like
really
it,
want to unlock her. She seems like fun.
yeah, if we get past the one level, we'll unlock either I'll unlock Rex or you'll unlock Loader,
Right.
provided we do the thing in
Challenges.
yeah.
A new challenger approaches.
By the way, like, hopefully nobody who watches this VOD or anything has motion sickness, because that, from my perspective, that was a wild ride when I was wrangling the greater Will-O-Wisp.
The ride never ends.
Just
Ye,
N-
and dare I say, ha.
Hey, I hear you guys...
well, given the fact that you could have been yeeted, then it should be yeet-haw. Yeet-haw. That's when you use a lasso to throw someone out a window.
Do you guys know that there are 3 separate events known as the Defenstration of Prague?
Yeah, I was
Oh.
aware there was at least one.
Defenstration is a word that means to throw someone out of a window, for those
Yes.
who are unaware.
Also,
Well,
there
there's
is
that.
a
Seasickness?
there is a song by Have a Nice Life called Defenestration Song, which started out as an outtake from their first album and then became a track on their second. And it's one of my favorite songs of theirs, and
Is it about defenestration?
the origin of the title is sort of ambiguous.
Well, you know what that is, Shredney?
What?
false advertising. And now I'm going to sue.
I did not get the window throwing I was demanded.
This song claimed to be able to throw me out of a window, and I am still here, feet planted firmly on the earth. I demand a refund. What is emoji sickness?
That's the feeling you get after watching Sony Pictures Animation's worst movie.
Oh yeah, I forgot that existed.
Oh no.
You guys know, I've never actually seen the movie, but I know that this happens in it secondhand. There's a joke in that movie about, like, quote-unquote emoji that nobody ever uses. And one of them is the eggplant emoji, and, like, what... Did they know? Like, is that some kind of weird anti-joke? Like, I don't...
God help
Well,
them,
nobody uses the eggplant emoji for the purpose that it is supposed to
an
be.
Eggplant? Also,
Of demonstrating an eggplant, yeah. No, it has other purposes.
Marone, I think you saying you want a Caro Caro Bonito song to step on you is the most you thing you've ever said in this flat.
That's a...
It's also kind of, like, conceptually challenging.
It is conceptually challenging. It's like the next level of meta horny posting.
I don't know
like that.
about this one, Chief.
Thank you for saving me.
Yeah, but you didn't say this ain't it. Because you're only not sure.
People don't really use that one anymore. I don't know why. It kind of fell out of style.
I mean, I still use it.
The Steve Jobs.
Steve was a job.
You know why they called him Steve Jobs?
Why?
Because he worked!
That isn't even a joke, Jane.
No, you're right. It's not.
Which is why it's
sub-joke material.
Fuck your jokes.
It's an infra-joke.
It's a sub-joke.
What the hell is humor?
What is humor? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more.
Marone, the difference is that I did not make several $1 million at the box office. Yet.
With a movie starring Michael Fassbender?
Is it
They didn't make that
Fassbender?
much. Didn't they not, like, isn't it, like, Fassbender or something?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Also, like, that movie did not do well, but a AAA movie not doing well is still several $1 million at the box office.
Right.
Yeah, but several $1 million at the box office when you've spent, like,
Unless
multiple
you're,
times
like-
more than that.
Unless you're like friggin' From Justin to Kelly, the 2003 vehicle starring the winner and the runner-up of American Idol's first season.
Oh yeah, that one did not well.
At all.
Wait, the Emoji Movie inspired Jordan Peele to make a Get Out. There's a story here that I have not heard. Tread me.
I'm very confused by this.
Tread
I
me.
apologize. I did not expect that much
Tread me.
label removing to happen.
Tread
Snack
me.
mode. Snack mode engaged.
Treadney, this is anti-content.
No, it's exactly the kind of content we live for.
Talking about doing some content.
That's really good. I have not heard this story before. I really hope that that's true.
Huh. That's actually really good.
What is this thing? The wax quail? Jumping while sprinting boosts you forward. Okay.
It's funny because I was drinking a boost.
A boost?
And I got a beetle guard.
Boost is as they put it, a balanced nutritional drink.
We have a friend
No, I
somewhere.
know what
I've
it
not
is.
located
I just
him,
didn't
but
know.
He is somewhere.
I just didn't know they still made it.
Yes, they do.
There we go.
My a fun fact about me is that my mom used to buy that stuff for me and make me drink it when I was in middle school.
Delicious.
In my like school lunches.
I mean, being forced to drink something is never good.
No, I mean, like maybe it's better now, but I mostly remember at the time thinking that it tasted like chalk. Shred me.
Not really.
Shred me.
I
am begging you.
How did you hear that?
It sounds like piss. Okay?
I was shaking
Do you want
it
me
all
to
the way
put
over
it?
here.
Do you want me to put it in plain terms? It sounds like piss.
That's because I put well, I guess I put oat milk in it, and then was
Oatmeal?
Challenge.
oat milk is a liquid.
Challenge pissing.
We'll fuck your wife. That's right. We'll fuck your wife.
God.
That
What?
video is art. You've never seen
It's
the
a-
fucking
It's a masterpiece.
what is it actually called again? I can never remember.
Big
it.
Bill Hells.
Yeah. It's
Otherwise
a,
known as Fuck You, Baltimore.
it's like a fake car commercial for Tredney, are you okay?
No, I just threw the plastic bottle into the
I
thingamajig.
don't know why everything you do sounds so loud through the microphone. Like it sounded like I don't know what it sounded like. It sounded like something fell down.
It's like I'm a Foley artist, I guess.
Now you sound like you're like in a cave.
Well, that's because the dining room is extremely echoey because we haven't put anything in it yet.
Acoustics.
The S in ASMR stands for shred. This is not it. This is not it.
God.
Dies irae, dies illa.
Yes, I love Chance, the album by the Benedictine monks.
Seclum in favilla.
Wow, the new Halo OST slaps.
I mean, that's all I remember of the Dies irae.
Venus nobis noqui.
What is wrong with all of you?
Part of that section of Mozart's Requiem for a school choir thing.
He transcended to a higher dimension after yeeting the bottle into the bin.
Do you know what that opening section means?
I know
No,
it,
actually.
I know it means that that's another minute of the stream down.
It's like the Dies irae is the section of the Catholic funeral liturgy, which talks about the end of
Hey,
days.
like, my girlfriend leaves on her Windows notifications for, reasons. It's her computer. I'm not gonna complain too much. But usually they at least make sense. Just got a Windows notification pop up that was just like a number, like a really long serial number.
Okay then.
I think the government is watching me. Actually, speaking of the government, we need to talk about the anti-gun bandit who's been plaguing my neighborhood, but in a good way.
Okay.
What the hell is this? I got antlers.
Oh shit, antlers. But
Double the strength of healing. Fuck yeah. Look.
alright. Oh shit, antlers.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this guy, you guys know those like postage shipping labels, right?
Uh-huh.
Right.
It's like to,
Okay.
from, blah blah
Yeah.
blah.
Uh-huh.
People like to use those to make a graffiti and then like slap it up on post office boxes or wherever the hell. And
Uh-huh.
over the past like 3 days, someone has been writing a bunch of anti-gun slogans on them and just putting them up all over the neighborhood,
Neat.
which is one thing. On its own, that's not anything particularly crazy. But some of the slogans are very good, such as "Gun suck ass" is one of my favorites.
Oh, hell
Okay.
yes.
Another one is "Gun suck, play Fortnite."
Perhaps have you tried playing Fortnite?
It's just whoever this person is, they've got their message and they want everybody to know it.
They have youth vote down.
The main thrust of their messages seems to be that guns suck ass, which,
Yeah.
I don't
Fair enough.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like
It's just it's really good.
Topaz brooch.
I don't know if it is irony or if it's just this person like is that way. It might be a little bit of both.
a little bit of both.
Also,
probably.
all of the N's in the word guns on these things are backwards.
Backwards.
As though
Of course
it was
they are.
as though it was the Russian letter yet. So
Mhm.
that's another just layer to all this.
Gunyet.
Which is not to be confused with E, which is a letter in the Ukrainian alphabet, which was originally in the Russian the Cyrillic alphabet, but got dropped in the spelling reforms of the 1920s.
Ukrainian, simplified.
Yeah, Ukrainian has like a couple of letters that it kept, which Russian dropped.
I love how I just see this like
God damn it.
the concrete monster thing that was throwing bombs at me. A grappling hook grabs it, and it's like, oh, Jane's here.
Into the lands I enter like Tarzan with a gun. Which-
Tarzan with a gun.
Actually, this
Oh,
character doesn't have any guns, so I suppose that doesn't.
oh no!
really
I
work.
made that noise and my dog went nuts.
Shred
What are
me.
you
Tried to
talking
make
of-
the
What
tried
are
to
you
make the
talking about?
Tarzan
She's got
awooga,
tail.
I
and
get it.
the dog bolted back into the room and started. Now she's. God damn it!
Shred me. Shred me.
My dog is very excited and she's
Shred
sitting
me.
and staring at me expectantly.
Also, what's your
it's-
dog's name again?
Riley.
Riley.
My best friend's name is Riley.
My best friend is a warm glass of
Help.
Dr. Pepper.
Help!
Fair.
This dog. Help! She
Shred
just
me.
keeps like moving and then sitting down and staring at me, and
Shred
then moving
me.
and then sitting down and staring at
You-
me.
Shred me.
You boil it in over the stove for like
Yes,
5 minutes, and then there you go.
Yep, that is
Thanks
how
for
you make
watching
hot
my
Dr.
video.
Pepper.
But shred me.
Okay, I'll pet you. I will
Shred me.
pet you, and it might make you stop a
Shred
little.
me. Shred me.
Yes.
Shred me.
Yes.
You made this bed. Now you have to dog in it.
What?
Jane,
feel-
I am going to kill you slowly. Very slowly. It's
With-
gonna hurt a lot.
With your song?
I'm not gonna even bother with song. I am just going to like tie you to something, and then pour acid on you.
Alright, well,
I
I mean,
going to...
orange juice is acid if you think about it.
True, I could drown you in orange juice.
Hey, Marone, this is maybe the worst comment that's ever been in our chat.
Oh god, that's horrifying.
Yeah, that's really bad.
That's worse torture than drowning someone in orange juice.
100% orange juice.
100% fresh orange juice. I am going to get like 100 oranges, put them in a really big blender, liquefy them, strain them, and then I am going to entirely submerge Jane in it for a significant period of time.
Hey, Shredney,
Yes.
how many end dimensions does the orange juice exist in?
Wait,
Pop.
what?
How many end dimensions does the orange juice exist in?
And
I
his
don't
music
understand
was
this
electric.
question.
Oh shit, they dropped ukuleles. Let's go.
Fuck yeah.
But
How many end dimensions, Shredney?
bah,
You gotta keep it fresh.
bah, bah. Sorry, like my only response was to imitate the God Choir from
Do they make
Akira.
Dr. Pepper by putting peppers in an orange press? Yes.
No.
No, yeah,
No.
that's how it's made.
No.
How's it made then, Shredney?
Acoustic guitar.
I could probably actually name a significant number of the flavors in Dr. Pepper if someone like gave me some Dr. Pepper right
Well,
now
I
and I
mean,
actually thought about it.
Like the thing
And I
is,
drank it.
like it's a syrup mix that they call spicy cherry, and it's like I think
Yeah, it's a
23
Fantasia
other...
flavor.
Sorry,
Well, it's-
what?
It's a Fantasia flavor. We've discussed this multiple times. A Fantasia flavor, the result of multiple flavor, and cola is another one. Cola is typically defined by citrus oil, nutmeg, cinnamon, specifically cassia, generally speaking. And what else? Vanilla. And then usually some other subtler things, like neroli, which is actually a citrus, technically. Coriander, lavender,
Oh, hey.
etc.
I just realized that Marone has not watched our streams for long enough to have been here for Goth GF Inc. last year. Tragic.
What?
You don't remember Goth GF Inc.?
No,
You don't remember that.
I don't believe so. I might not have been there for that.
You were. You were the one that came up with the joke.
Oh.
It was
Huh.
that fucking stupid indie horror game we played where like
Oh, yeah! Oh, shit.
the ghost girl like dissolves into the bathtub and
Yes.
leaves a bunch of black
Ink.
junk in there. Yeah.
And it's Goth GF Inc.
Yes.
Yes, I remember it now. Okay, that game was a great source of comedy. And,
That game was all right.
That's also the turning point where I went from being merely mildly annoying on stream to just being annoying non-stop.
I mean, right now the only annoying thing is that your connection keeps garbling up.
Oh, it's garbling now.
Yeah.
Not
Wait
for
a
me.
second.
Well, I'm not getting any like frame notifications or anything, so I don't think it's on my end.
Ouch.
That's
ouch,
odd.
Ouch. Fight among yourselves, Beatles.
Oh, maybe it's because the connection in this part of the house isn't as good.
Are you like wandering around your house
I mean, I was.
John, kick Ringo's ass, please.
What? You're naming the Beatles? After the Beatles?
There's like 4 of them over here. And one of them is my friend, and then the other ones all want to kill me.
Look.
So which one is Stu? And where's Pete?
We killed Pete.
They don't count. Okay? Is Pete Best still alive?
Yes, actually.
Do you think he still introduces himself as an ex-Beatles member?
I don't believe so. I believe he has his own band, or did, and has on and off since like the 60s.
Do you think there's people in the world who are like, listen, I know the Beatles are pretty good, but I think that Pete Best's other band is better?
Probably not.
Goodness gracious.
Shredney, something you have to realize is that there's people in the world.
I do realize that there are people in the world.
The world has people. The
So-
But I don't think that even Pete Best is under that illusion.
I don't know, Shredney. I think you'd be surprised.
But yeah, Stu Sutcliffe left the band to marry a German photographer.
Marry a German Sutcliffe.
Unfortunately, he died of brain cancer. Like, in the late 60s. Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, it really does. It is weird, though, to realize that, like, you know,
Oh.
Paul McCartney was not the original bassist of the Beatles. That's kind of a weird thing to... Like, he was in the band. I can't remember what he did. It's like, played... One of them played piano or something.
Didn't they start as a skiffle band?
Yeah, I mean...
Which, that's a genre that nobody cares about anymore, I don't think.
Yeah, that's a genre that, like, you know, had its moment in, like, the late 50s and early 60s, and...
I feel like Britain produces one of those, like, once per decade. Like, in the 90s, there was Manchester music.
Yeah.
Which,
I actually
by
like
the way...
Manchester a lot.
I like it, too. I own an EMF album on CD. I found it at the thrift store a few months ago, and it was 50 cents, so I bought it.
One of my favorite albums this decade is Jaguar Ma's Every Now and Then, which is
I remember those guys.
It is a modern recreation of the Manchester style as popularized by like guys like Blur and whatnot during their early discography in the 90s.
Huh.
I dig it. Kind of gives it a bit of an electronic feel too, which is very much my style.
I mean, the band I always think of is Primal Scream.
That's
yeah,
actually a
I've heard.
relatively late band for that. I mean,
Really?
and they're
I didn't
usually,
know
like...
that.
They're a bit more eclectic than that's... Like, the ones that people usually jump to are the Happy Mondays, the Stone Roses,
You
and...
should turn this thing on.
Yeah, probably.
Alright.
Like, I'm gonna look at, like, see a few more,
fuck.
because... Oh, yeah, Inspiral Carpets. Jeez.
That's the name
808's
for a band.
Inspiral Carpets, one of their former members was, I think, the one who formed Loop. Or I might be confusing things. But yeah, they
This
were,
is an
like...
issue.
Yeah. Hmm.
Alright. Yeah, like, I have an 808
Oh, yeah, and also-
State single on CD, too.
Oh,
which I
also,
found at that
808
thrift store.
State
Yeah, that's what
were
I just...
originally a Manchester group.
That's what I said.
Oh, oh, you did? Oh.
Literally
I'm
just
sorry.
now.
My brain just, like, whoop.
You've gone into Wikipedia mode.
Yeah, but, like, yeah, I know that, like, I knew that 808 State were all, like, former, like, post-punk musicians, but I was not aware that their early stuff was generally classified as Manchester.
I don't actually know when the single I got is from in their, the time period of 808 State. Hey, do you want this Hoppo feather?
You can take it.
It's probably, you mean Hoopo?
Hapu, yeah.
Hop
Or Hoopu,
yeah.
rather. Hoopu
The
is how it's
No,
actually pronounced.
No, in the game, Shredney.
How's it spelled?
Hoppo.
Hoppo.
Hapu.
Oh, okay, then yeah, but it's like mixing around the letters of Hoopu, which is spelled Hoopoe. It's a
they're
kind
the
of bird.
developers of the game.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Huh. There's
Unfortunate.
one of the original members of 808 State was a guy called Gerald.
And we are immediately under siege.
Oh, really?
Like
So it goes.
the famous Acid House DJ and producer.
I knew who you meant, but I was also going to pretend that you just meant someone named Gerald.
I mean, he is also just a guy named Gerald, but he's also hugely significant.
He's also a guy named Gerald.
Musician. Yeah.
Young Gerald.
But yeah, he was a very early member of the group, and yeah, huh?
Hey, Shredney,
Yeah.
you're an early member of the group.
I'm a member of the Midnight Crew.
So I heard that song for the first time a few weeks ago,
Uh-huh.
and I think it's actually very good.
Oh,
It is
God.
pretty
Oh,
great.
God.
I will say
Wow,
you
don't
can-
like that.
Don't like what?
the thing in the game.
The imp that tried to kill me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But, yeah, Midnight Crew, it's a good song. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh,
Alright.
well. Nice knowing this run. Damn, it was a good one, too.
Yeah.
It was a good run. God damn it. We're all gonna die someday.
Goddamn
Spectating
imps.
question mark Thunder Nerd question mark.
That's me.
Yeah. But Shredney, have you considered making someone a member of the Midnight Crew?
Really living up to the name here, too.
Depends on what you mean by that.
I think the song is from, like, the 1910s.
Yeah.
And I think it's just about being up late.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Like,
that was
very
novel enough at the time that you could just
Well,
be
I don't
like,
think that's ever been completely novel. It's just that writing a song about it, I guess,
well,
is
like,
more so.
electric lighting was a recent invention. So you
Yeah,
could,
but at
like,
the same
you
time,
could
people
party.
were around in the middle
You
of the
could-
night. It's just that they, there was.
Well, like, what I
Well-
mean is, like, you could, like, party now at midnight.
Well, people still did that. They just did it by like lamp
No,
and
you-
candlelight.
Like, I don't know if you could really dance by candlelight.
Yes.
For,
I mean,
for
seriously,
fear
like,
of, like, dropping something.
no, like,
If you had,
people
like,
have
a
been
large
dancing
hall,
at
maybe.
night. Jane, people have been dancing at night for, well, since fire has been a thing.
Yes, I know, but what I'm saying is that you could have, like, house parties at night and stuff.
People still did that.
I don't know that they did.
Well,
though.
generally, like in larger, estates.
That's a different thing. I mean, just like your average Joe and Jane do that. I think that's what the song is about. Like they're just at somebody's like relatively small house, and they're having a good time at 12 a.m. I think that's what the song is about, Sydney.
I mean, I was going to say it's more like a proto flapper thing.
There's
But
Rex, by the way.
Oh, there he is.
I don't have the thing. So-
is my thought.
What do you have to do to get the thing?
There is a power module thing that you get off of the pod that you drop off of, like at the beginning of the game, and you have to carry it all the way here. And the thing is, you can't drop down past 50% health, because otherwise it will explode on you.
That's annoying.
Yeah. So you gotta be careful with that. But it's doable. And Rex is weird, but fun. So. Let's see.
But Shredney, I think you're overlooking the obvious.
What?
That in order to truly appreciate the song, you must also be a member of the Midnight Crew.
That's fair.
Singing the same old song.
Every single day, do every single day, boo 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 boo. What's everybody's favorite 90s one-hit wonder?
Let's see. The Spice Girls don't count because they had multiple hits, I guess.
Yeah.
Was Return of the Mac a one-hit?
I believe so.
Maybe that, then.
It's a good song.
It is a good song.
Uh-huh.
What's your favorite 90s one-hit wonder?
Favorite 90s one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
Let's see. I'm gonna have to look at a list of one-hit wonders.
Yeah.
Alright.
Heck, I will do the same thing while Trey fights for survival over here.
List of one-hit wonders in the U.S. 1990s. Sinead O'Connor is a one-hit wonder? Huh.
In America, yeah.
In the U.S. That makes sense. Okay, Jump Around is a strong one.
Oh, boy.
The Toadies' Possum Kingdom.
That's a really good song.
I saw the recent-ish lineup of that band as one of the first actual rock concerts I went to.
Really?
They were really good, actually. Yes.
There's some good ones in here. Fucking,
Everything But the Girl's Missing.
Missing is a good one. Fucking Counting Blue Cars by Dishwalla.
I was about to say it, yeah, by Dishwalla.
In the Meantime by Space Hut. Standing Outside a Broken Phone Booth by the Primitive Radio Gods. That would probably be my pick, actually.
I don't know that one.
It's a really good song, and I actually also really like the album that it's on. Primitive Radio Gods were a one-album band. They broke up, recorded the album, and then the song got big after... they formed, recorded the album, broke up, and then the song got big after they had broken up.
Well, I made up for the fact that I gave you my Hapu feather by getting 2 here.
There you go.
Also...
apparently they reformed.
What, Trey?
Sorry.
All the imps are dead.
Oh.
God. What the hell is going on?
You won.
Actually, this is interesting. Was they had 4 albums and then they broke up and had a, oh, this is weirder. This is like they recorded 4 albums under the name The iRails.
Yeah, that's
Then,
that they made like a different style of music under that name, I think.
Yeah,
To
and
the start.
All right. Well, I'm back in it.
Shout out to my fire drone up there,
Yeah.
whipping ass.
and then recorded an album in 1996. Huh. Well, actually, for a while, they were around like as the solo project of one of the members for a while before reforming as an actual band.
Yeah, the Primitive Radio Gods are a weird group, but the lineup that recorded that album is the one that had the hit.
Huh.
And to be
Yeah.
honest, I don't care about most of their other music, but that album is really good.
Huh. That's odd.
You'd know that song if you heard it. It's one of those ones that people know, but they don't know the title because it has nothing to do with the song.
That makes sense. And apparently it also is a reference to, but totally unrelated to, a Bruce Cockburn song.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I have
I've
no
heard
idea
that.
if Bruce Cockburn is on here, but from the 80s, Lovers in a Dangerous Time, I think was like a minor hit in the US, but like none of his other stuff is broken over here.
I don't
Shit,
actually.
is that
that-
what the video game Lovers in a Dangerous Space Time's title is a reference to?
I guess
Yes.
So, yeah.
That
Good
song
I
is
don't know.
fantastic.
I don't know Bruce Cockburn at all. I don't think.
He is mainly known as like a folk protest singer,
Huh.
and the song Lovers in a Dangerous Time was from an album where he did more electric stuff.
Hmm.
And it is this very like catchy yet sort of like what exactly is like, it's not exactly mournful, it's more like, what would the term be, like wistful song.
I don't think I've ever heard it.
Look it up, it's really fucking good.
I will do that after the stream if I remember to.
Yeah, just the chorus like worms its way into your head and does not go away.
You know what's another good 90s one-hit wonder is Legend of the Cowgirl.
Huh.
And I am
By whom?
blanking on the name of the woman who made that song. Do you know, Trey?
I don't even know if I know the song legit, so...
That's gonna bother me now. It's a very good song, though. It's like... It's a lot of, like, 90s songs that I would define as, like, sounding like they're meant to be played during a road trip, and that is one of them.
Huh.
That one Stone Temple Pilots song that everybody knows is another one.
Yeah, like Stone Temple Pilots' lyrics are really dark.
I, like, first of all, rest in peace to Scott Weiland. But, like, that's... Why can I not remember the name of the song? It's like Highway something? I think.
Okay.
You know the one I'm talking about, though, right?
I don't know.
It's the one Stone Temple Pilots song that was, like, actually, like, a big hit.
Huh.
Trey, do you
I'll
know
have to
what song I'm
look it
talking
up.
about?
Not off the top of my head. I might know it, like, by ear, but not actually, like,
It's the
internalized
one-
or anything.
It's like
It's-
waiting, and then there's the guitar. I'm
It's
describing
wild
this
how I'm just
very
gonna read these
poorly.
in a row from 1997.
Mhm.
All these songs were hits in 1997 that were one-hit wonders. Cardigan's Love Fool, Aqua's Barbie Girl,
Nice.
Oh,
Harvey-
God, yeah. Yeah.
Harvey Danger's Flagpole Sitta, Fiona Apple's Criminal, Natalie Imbruglia's Torn, and OMC's How Bizarre.
That is a wild collection of songs.
Like, Flagpole Sitta
Oh,
and Barbie
no.
Girl being right
God.
next to each other
Oh,
is
no.
fucking with me. And also Fiona Apple right at it.
I thought Fiona Apple had a couple hits. I guess not.
No, apparently not. At least not qualifying,
not
you know,
American,
in
yeah.
like the top 40 or whatever. Oh, the Breeders' Cannonball from 1993.
Yeah, that was their one hit. It's also like the only song I know by them, which is like an executable offense in some music fan circles.
I don't remember a lot of their songs' titles, but I did see them live, and they were good.
Well, that's one
It's
of
a-
those bands that like people are like, oh, you gotta like the Breeders, right?
They're one of those bands that only has like 2
What
albums.
the fuck am I fighting? Trey, are you seeing this thing?
Yeah, that's the thing that killed me.
I don't like it. I'm turning on the crowdfunder.
Yeah, I fought.
Oh my
one,
fucking god.
like, horde of them once, but I can't
Weird.
for the life of me figure out their deal. Like their necromantic beetle things. It's real bad. It's
Okay,
real
a
bad.
couple. I just want to list a few from
Yeah,
1992. 1992, we got Tom Cochran's Life is a Highway.
I actually
Right.
love that song, and nobody else seems to.
Right
I mean-
Said Fred's I'm Too Sexy.
I'm more familiar with the Rascal Flatts version of that one because of Cars, but yes.
I do not like the Rascal Flatts version very much.
But Right Said Fred's I'm Too Sexy.
A classic, obviously.
Sir Mix-a-Lot's Baby Got Back.
Yep.
Also a
Chris-
classic.
Criss Cross's Jump.
Not so much that one.
And House of Pain's Jump Around.
Also a classic.
But it's just kind of an amusing
Alright,
sort of like
well.
that you've got like
Wow.
2 songs which are deeply ingrained into the culture. One which is a recurring party thing. One of which is
Hey, this game
was famously
decided to say
covered.
that I was just killed by beetle and not some ugly beetle from hell.
Yeah.
Okay, question. What are your favorite 80s one-hit wonders? I've got these up.
That is an impossible question. There are too many.
There are a lot of them. Okay. The first one listed is the Devo's Whip It, followed by Buggles' Video Killed the Radio Star.
It's
Which-
Whip It for me.
I mean, that on its
I have-
own.
I
Hey,
have
like,
zero doubt about that.
like
I love-
also in the 90s is fucking My Own Worst Enemy by Lit. There's a song.
Yeah, I was
for
about
ya.
to
yes.
say.
I actually
like-
quite like that song. I don't think I know any other songs by Lit. Oh wait, no,
me
no.
neither.
I have a,
Wait,
I have
maybe.
I have an easy pick for the 80s. Mexican Radio by the Wall of Voodoo.
Yeah, Wall of Voodoo. Yeah,
That's
that's
like-
a fun one.
Just
There's
actually
also, like,
one
oh-
of my favorite songs ever.
There are some interesting ones in here. Bismarck is Just a Friend. The Church is Under the Milky Way.
That
that is a
is-
fucking amazing
That
song.
is also a very good song.
Let's see. What else is here? Midnight Oil's Beds Are Burning.
People like the
Ec-
Midnight Oil.
Yeah, XTC's Dear God. Ooh, that's a fun one.
I actually don't like that song.
Yeah,
It's
it's...
got like a weird structure to it that I am not a fan of.
Huh.
Hello, Evan.
Hello, Sorrow. We're talking about 80s one-hit wonders now.
I have taken.
Excuse me. That one came out of nowhere. Sorry.
Oh my god, Godly and Cream, as in
I don't
two
know
of the
that
guys
one.
from 10cc had a single hit in 1985, Cry.
That's new. That one's new to me. We're talking about
Yeah, same.
one-hit wonders, folks. But yeah, Milky
Oh my
Way.
god, yes. Oh. And this is in
Treadney.
America.
Treadney.
Yeah, sorry. Yes,
you keep
okay,
cutting
yes.
me off.
Okay, go.
was gonna say Milky Way by
Okay,
the
go.
Church is a really good song.
It's not
Hey,
the
that's
Cure.
a good 2000s one. Here It Goes Again by OK Go.
Yeah. Yes.
Continue.
But Under the Milky Way is by the Church.
That's what I said.
I thought you said the Cure. I was
No.
very confused
No, The
because
Cure are a
that's
different
not
band.
by the Cure.
Yeah, that's a different band.
I'm
yeah.
disappointed that most regular people are probably going to consider Church as a one-hit wonder because of their Marshmello collab.
Oh,
Yeah, they had like a massive string of hits in the UK.
No. Trey means Churches.
No,
the
that's what I'm
2010
saying.
band.
Is Churches had a bunch of hits in the UK.
Oh, did they?
Like I
Yeah.
think
I know that.
The Mother We Share, Lies. God, what else? Like
Clearest Blue had to have charted somewhere.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like and Leave a Trace. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
And then probably something off their
Yeah, that band. Like
third album. Although honestly, I know that Dead Air charted somewhere.
Actually, hey, here's a potentially like more interesting question. What's your favorite one-hit wonder from the 2010s? Because the decade is over now. We can have that conversation.
You know, technically, Owl City is not a one-hit wonder because he had his hit with Carly Rae Jepsen after Fireflies.
The decade is
Fireflies
over.
is very
for us.
But Fireflies is very close to my heart. So
Yeah, like Fireflies is a good choice, I think, even if it's not doesn't technically count.
So the songs that are actually listed here are
also it came out in 2009, but whatever, fuck it.
under the 2010s, the ones that are here are oh god, Cali Swag Districts Teach Me How to Dougie.
Yo, like half the people in that group have since died.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is up with that. What happened to them?
Just like unconnected things, I think. Like just really unlucky. Which is a shame, because I have like one of the two living people that actually kind of likes jerk music.
Yeah, I mean, like, you mean the genre?
Yeah,
You're a jerk.
Yeah.
I know.
Alex
sorry.
Clare's Too
No!
Close.
I'm sorry.
For the aesthetic, Jane.
Alex Clare's Too Close, which
Yeah, that one's a really good one.
I don't think I know that one.
I have mixed feelings on that one because on the one hand, the guy's performance is fantastic, the production is solid, and is like one of the better dubstep crossovers of that period. But the lyrics, like, Todd in the Shadows nailed it when he said that the lyrics are like, you know, I think we should see other people. The song.
Which one is that?
'Cause it feels like I am just too
Oh!
close to love you.
I actually really like that song.
Yeah, I really enjoy it, but the lyrics are not very good.
Well, the lyrics are silly, but that's kind of par for a pop song, especially
Yes,
this past decade.
But let's see. Okay, 2000. Just to look at the 2000. Incidentally, Mambo Number 5 was in 1999. Not a very good song.
I guess
Yeah,
We No Speak Americano would be considered one.
Gautier. Oh, holy shit! I didn't. Yes, Gautier and Kimbra.
Treadney.
Two one-hit wonders, actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Redney,
Yes. What?
you cut Trey
What?
off.
Nah, you're good.
No. What were you saying, Trey?
I actually wasn't saying anything. That one just gets me because I love Gautier. He's one of my favorite artists.
Yeah, that's exasperating because that's a really fucking good song, and like the fact that he's a really consistent artist and really good.
He hasn't released anything in a while, right?
So what he's been doing since then, he had a tribute that he did, like a performance type thing, with the inventor of an obscure synthesizer that he is one of the like only people in the world that actually knows how to use like the instrument, and like he essentially became the guy's protege and performed with him together before he died.
That's interesting.
Yeah. They
Sorry about
they
that.
they did it at Moogfest, the synth and like art festival that's
Mhm.
done by Moog here in North Carolina.
Also known as
Oh.
Synthesizer Con. That's a lie. Nobody calls it that.
God. Yeah, that was a couple of years ago. I'm not sure what he's
Oh,
been up to
Jean-Jacques
since.
Perret. Oh, that's who it is that he
I
worked
think-
with. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I know Jean-Jacques Perret, yeah.
As far as his other stuff, he has a band that he's in called the Bozic. Spelled the Basics, but pronounced the Bozic. He is the drummer for that band, and they reformed after he put out his second solo album. So he's probably been working with them.
Interesting. Eyes emoji. But who else is on the 2010s list? I need to feel old.
Okay, I'm
today,
gonna go
apparently.
back to these. Well, okay, I just landed in the middle of the 80s because that's the way that these, like, you know, when you flip back on Wikipedia and like, meh. Okay, Passengers Let Her Go. Ugh.
That's not a good one. No.
The Neighborhood
I don't
Sweater
even know if I
Weather.
know that
Nah.
one.
The Neighborhood have way better songs than that, and I don't understand why that is the one that broke through.
Capital City Safe and Sound. That's a fun song.
I don't think I know that one.
I guess
Ba,
MGMT
ba,
with
ba, 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 ba. Yeah, that one.
Nope.
I guess
Does not
MGMT
ring
with
a bell.
kids, possibly, like, because that's the
Did,
only one that
Did
That really-
did kids chart?
Let's see. I mean,
I think it did. That and Electric
it doesn't
Feel,
appear
maybe.
to.
I
Doesn't-
thought Electric Feel was the bigger song, but that might just be because I like Electric Feel.
I'm
more.
looking in the 2000s, and no, they don't seem to be on this list here. Gautier and Kimbra, Group Love, who I know nothing about.
Take me to your best friend's house. Go around this roundabout. Oh yeah.
Oh, that one.
I might, yeah. Omi with
there-
Cheerleader, I don't know. Omi.
Yo, Cheerleader, the version that became a hit is actually like one of my favorite pop songs from this decade. And nobody agrees with me on that, and it makes me sad.
As far as Group Love goes, their discography is weird because like they have their whole thing is that the guy vocalist can't really sing, but like he gives it his all anyway. And then the two girls that are the backup vocalists and occasionally do leads on some of their other work. They are the ones that actually can sing. So like it kind of has like a bit of a like it's an odd sensibility to their music, but I enjoyed their second album. I think it's Spreading Rumors. That one is fun. It's an enjoyable album that is silly pop music.
Oh, the others here are Bauer with Harlem Shake.
No comment.
And
That also hurts my heart.
And Florence Welch with Sweet Nothing.
Is that all of them?
For the 2010s, yes.
Really?
There's
The
gotta
2000s
be more than that.
the 2000s have a fuck ton though.
I guess the thing
Like-
about the 2010s, like, Billboard started counting streaming towards
Which meant
chart
that stuff
placements. Yeah, like,
whereas
like
stuff
stuff, like random stuff off of an album can sometimes get in the lower parts of the chart now.
yeah,
So
but
that
but then
might
again,
be-
it can get in the lower parts even if the year-end chart is the thing. Like if it lasts long enough.
Honestly, you know one that
okay.
honestly in some ways should have been a one-hit wonder, but miraculously didn't
I
end up
remember
being so,
Far East Movement
was
like a
goddamn
G6.
Was what, Trey?
What?
the goddamn Chainsmokers with Selfie.
Should have been a one-hit wonder,
Yeah.
but they survived.
Yeah, I can buy that.
How did they
let's look at the
do
2000s
that?
ones while I'm
LaRue's
dead.
Bulletproof?
Yeah.
Stacy's Mom by the Fountains of Wayne, one of the great injustices
really?
in modern rock history. Yeah.
9 Days, absolutely Story of a Girl. Huh.
That song is really good, and I will not
it's
any
like,
criticism of it.
it is a really well done power pop song that doesn't have a lot to it, but...
Somehow Lucas Graham also managed to have hits after 7 years.
Yeah, like his last, like a couple of his other songs, like scraped into the bottom of the charts.
7
Really
Years is such a fucking bad song.
Like the Fountains of Wayne are one of those bands that people, like, lots of people really like. It's just they only had one charting hit.
Yeah, exactly.
I do wonder whether...
Go on.
Yes?
Go on ahead.
No, what were you
going
to say?
I do wonder whether or not Louis Capaldi is going to become one, but I kind of hope not, because the one song that he has is actually pretty good.
I don't know anything about Louis Capaldi.
Louis Capaldi is the one who is currently at #1, and like every music critic I know of despises that song, but I don't know it, so I can't comment.
I don't mind it.
The Callings, Wherever You Will Go, which is... It is better when you know the context of the song, but it's still not great. It's just...
Hey, Marone, I'm gonna end
But
your
it's
life.
more poignant.
It's kind of amazing that the Gorillaz weren't a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Very
but then
strange
again,
group.
you know, Damon Albarn has songwriting chops.
Yo, in the 2000 section, the Ataris cover of Boys of Summer.
Huh.
That's another one that I would count as an active injustice.
Macy Gray's I Try.
I
surprised
really like
that
the Ataris.
Here's Crazy Town's Butterfly.
Macy Gray is like a weird 1.5 hit wonder because she was also on an early Black Eyed Peas song.
Yeah, Tattoos, All the Things She Said.
I don't like that song. Just the Girl by the Click 5.
Oh, yeah, that
one. God, yeah.
Oh my.
Wow,
am
D4L's
withering.
Laffy Taffy, of course.
I am withering into a mummy while I read this list.
Oh no. Snow Patrol had one. With Chasing Cars.
Snow Patrol were a one-hit wonder?
Yes.
Hey, fun embarrassing fact about me, Snow Patrol was the first band I ever liked.
Huh. I think the one that I was really passionate about the first one was REM. Probably.
See, that's respectable. I also like REM a lot.
Snow Patrol is respectable.
I think I'd count mine as Death Cab.
I bought their album, which is just, I don't know.
Maybe service.
Actually, another one, technically like a one-man band. Another one that I was really into at that age was Five for Fighting.
Oh, you know what's another
one-hit
wonder from the same year as Laffy Taffy?
What?
You're beautiful. You're beautiful.
Oh my God.
No.
You're beautiful. It's true.
I like Pepper Mur. I think it's a good song.
By the Butthole Surfers?
Yeah.
That is a good song, and also brutally cynical.
I kind of don't know what it's about. It's just
it's basically
people being
about
stupid.
Well, and... it's basically about it is a song. It is a Carpe Diem song, but a really dark Carpe Diem song. Basically saying that the only people who really have the guts to, take life by the horns are people who we would consider to be crazy and self-destructive.
I don't know. That's
Like,
a point of view someone could have.
and I mean, like, it's basically saying, like, that those, like, you know, these people may be, like, completely fucking themselves up and, you know, like, doing all kinds of destructive, dangerous things. But at the same time, at least they're doing something with their lives. And
see, but that I don't know. That
drink, you know, it's like drinking from a fountain that is coming,
one of the
that
guys
is flowing like an avalanche coming down the mountain. You
I
know,
mean,
it's
one
like,
of
which
the
is
guys
such a
he
fucking good line.
mentions in that song is a rapist. So like,
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
like
know.
it's not necessarily about.
Like I know you're not
Good
necessarily
people.
meant to sympathize with these people.
Oh
It's
no,
just
you're
like,
not necessarily supposed to sympathize with the
it's
people
just
involved
it's just
at all.
I just don't know if it's a terribly compelling message. I mostly just like how it sounds.
Yeah, it's more. It's very nihilistic, but that's true of like a lot of
Also,
stuff.
like they can deny it until the end of the earth, but it is definitely a very direct riff on "Loser" by Beck.
But it's in a way, I don't know. It's
It
like,
does things that it differentiates itself from that song, but I refuse to believe that on some level there was not like, hey, we could do one of these.
But at the same time, they were doing things that kind of presaged that sort of thing for years and years before that.
I'm not
which I think
saying
was kind of the point.
that like they shouldn't have done that. I'm just saying there was clearly like a premeditated attempt to write a hit song there.
Oh, and well, I have no doubt that there was a premeditated attempt to write a hit song. I just don't know if like you. Whoomp! There it is.
There's a classic.
Four Non-Blondes, what's up?
And you know, I said, hey, yeah.
Wow, you're way off key.
I'm fucking tone deaf, Shredney. Of course I'm off key.
Oh my god.
You're not tone deaf. Like, tone deaf.
I have
like,
poor tone differentiation, which is not technically the same thing. But
okay.
I don't know what key I'm singing in.
Like, the
F
darkness
key,
is
D
I
key.
believe in a thing called love is pretty delightful.
That
Jane,
song...
you didn't tell me that the wax coil ends up on your head.
Oh, it does? I didn't notice that on
Look at me.
Loader. Excellent.
What were you gonna say about the darkness?
That song is like one of my favorite songs ever.
It is. I saw a guy sing that at karaoke in like full on like counter tenor. It was extraordinary.
That's very impressive.
Yeah, like that's
also,
like, that's
did you know
hard.
like most people apparently can't make out what he's saying in that song? I can make it out fine.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's sort of like if you're actually paying attention to REM's It's the End of the World as We Know It, it's actually, he's not being indistinct, he's just singing very fast. And it's not even
Freddie Venus. The lead singer of The Darkness, aka Freddie Venus. I get it, because like, it's like Freddie Mercury, but like one further away from the sun.
The guy from Fun is Freddie Mars.
Like, honestly, you know, I could probably respect Dean Ween's reasons for not liking that song, because Dean Ween actually has a sense of humor about himself.
What song doesn't
about I Believe in a Thing Called Love.
Alright, well I guess I hate Ween now.
Don't hate Ween. You're allowed to disagree with their opinions.
It was a joke, Shredney.
But let's see.
There
are a lot of
like straight up disliking that song is like incomprehensible to me. But
my favorite Ween song.
Oh, Four Non-Blondes, what's going on? What's up?
You said that one already.
Okay, sorry, I got confused for a second.
Okay.
Like, that actually makes sense. Because that song, I can understand that song pissing people off.
What were you gonna say, Trey?
My favorite Ween song is a very odd choice. It's the theme song to Grounded for Life.
Hmm.
The sitcom that aired on, I think, ABC before being canceled and moving to the WB.
Oh dear.
The only Ween song I know is Ocean Man, which I like, but is apparently very unlike their other material.
It's not that unlike some of the other stuff on the Mollusk. It's, but I can understand it being like, yeah, like, my personal favorites are, like, probably something from, like, their first two albums. Which, their first two albums are fucking weird.
I have heard them described as, like, They Might Be Giants' evil twin, which I guess...
Yeah, they're like They
sense.
Might Be Giants on... Like, if They Might Be Giants smoked massive amounts of weed, and also like...
The mistake in this comparison is that you're implying that They Might Be Giants don't smoke weed.
Well, no, they probably... I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but not as much as... But yeah, they are basically their evil twin. Their evil, very stoned twin.
Man, I like They Might Be Giants a lot.
I like They Might Be Giants as well.
I have such a like I don't have a weird taste in rock music. I have like a very pedestrian taste in rock music, and it's just very specific.
I don't think it's that pedestrian. It's just, again, hyper specific.
Like, I don't know. I really like They Might Be Giants.
Oh yeah, Soft Cell's Tainted Love, of course.
But,
that is an interesting group.
I don't know. I always want to listen to more rock music. And then I try to sit down with a rock album and I'm like, all of these songs are the same song.
That one would later crystallize into Rihanna's SOS.
That's true.
Oh, which would?
Tainted Love.
Yeah.
Did you know that the guy, the vocalist of Soft Cell was like a really close friend of Coil?
I did not.
He used to do performance art stuff with them.
When you think about it, isn't all art performance art?
Oh yeah, and also he was involved in a performance art thing that Coil did that was apparently so overboard that Nick Cave actually walked out of the room when they were doing it because it was too much for him. And that's Nick Cave we're talking about.
Oh no, like I don't think that I would dislike Weimer, just to be clear. I'm just not sure like how much I would like them. Also, my window lost focus and I couldn't move around. That was cool.
You would probably... I think you would probably actually like, Ween.
I would probably like Mollusk, at the very least.
The Mollusk, yeah, quite possibly. It's like basically a parody of... The thing about, the Mollusk is it's basically a send-up of 70s prog rock albums.
Well, I have not listened to any of those, I don't think, but, you know.
I mean, Oh! Bow Wow Wow's version of What I Want Candy was their only hit in the
Shredney,
US.
you managed to cut yourself off that time.
Bless.
Oh. Madness is Our House.
Shredney.
Come On Eileen. Which is amazing.
Yeah, Come On Eileen is like one of the best songs ever written.
Yeah, like, that's pretty much immortal. Mexican Radio, After the Fire's version of Dark Commissar, which is a cover of a Falco song, and Falco is also on here.
Yo, After the Fire are... First of all, it's a great name for a band. Second of all, that song creeps me out, and I don't know why.
And it's like, I mean... But then, a lot of Falco's lyrics are weird.
Yeah,
like
I mean, I don't know much Falco.
The guy had multiple hits about, like, in Germany, about, like, a fucking, like, stalker / possible serial killer.
Yeah.
Genie!
Yeah, yeah,
Just that song.
yeah.
Um,
More like fucko if you really think about it. Oh, my backpack blew up at some point. I guess I'm not getting Rex on this one.
oh, Tommy Two Tones 8675309.
That is a good song, and I will not hear otherwise.
Fair.
Masterpiece.
I know people
Gary
that don't
Newman's
like that
car.
song, and I don't understand not liking 8675309.
Okay, so Gary Newman's Cars is a one-hit wonder in the
Baby,
U.S.
I got your number. I'm
It's
gonna make you mine.
It's
No, nobody. Okay.
Yeah, like
I don't know the word.
No, but
Sorry.
but I
Song, but I don't know the word.
but I did a funny, and nobody noticed.
sorry.
It's okay.
But I was gonna say that like Cars, it's interesting how Gary Newman is a one-hit wonder here, when actually, like, and this is also the case with, and here's another really big one. You're gonna know this one. Don't you
Yes.
forget about
Yes.
me.
Fucking, what is the name of that band?
Simple Minds.
Yeah, okay.
They had multiple hits in England before
Well,
that.
yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like a whole genre of one-hit wonder, basically. It's
including
like huge in their home country, but they only ever had one breakthrough in the United States.
like I'm pretty sure everything from Empires and Dance on had at least one major hit on it. And they released like 3 albums after that before Don't You Forget About Me. Also, they started out as like this really fucking weird, like, hybrid post-punk prog band with like it's
That doesn't
difficult
sound
to
that
explain.
weird. But
It sounds weirder than the explanation would indicate. The Boomtown Rats, I don't like Mondays. Oh,
yo, I like that song.
yeah. I
But-
mean, I have
but
nothing
also-
against that song. It's just like
It's
that-
grim.
it is a grim song, but
Yes.
I love grim pop songs. Honestly,
I know you do, Trini.
Lip Sync's Funkytown, which is indelible.
Do 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 do.
God,
Go down
move to a town that's right for me.
Did you know that the Australian band Pseudo Echo
Yes,
had their only song, their only hit as a cover of that song, also on
Yes.
Bandcamp.
Oh, big countries in a
talk about it, talk about it, talk about it, talk about it.
big countries in a big country.
Dreams stay with you like a lover's
I
by the
love that
mountainside.
song actually.
I
don't.
also love that song.
I don't know if I know a single other big country song.
They have like a couple of albums, but that's the one that everybody remembers. And also, interesting fact, their guitar tone is very intentionally made to sound like bagpipes.
Hey, Your Love by The Outfield. There's a song.
Huh. I know that the
sampled-
Decemberists covered that.
I sampled that on the last Pink
Huh.
Cocaine album.
Huh. Oh, Nena's 99 Luftballons.
Hey, you know what I like about that song?
99 Luftballons.
Yes, yes.
I love that song.
You know what I
Yes.
like about that song is the extremely, like, 90s cover by Goldfinger.
I don't know it, I don't
It's
think.
really good, in my opinion.
Rockwell's Somebody's Watching Me.
I don't
Featuring
like that
Michael
song.
Jackson.
I actually really like that song, but Rockwell doesn't have many good songs.
No. Also, I will be right back. I have to use the restroom
Okay.
and get more drink.
Oh, this is a good one. Yellow's Oh Yeah.
I don't know if I know it.
Oh yeah.
Oh gosh.
It's
Yeah.
the song that comes from.
Ah. One
Uh,
of those pop culture things where you know it, but you don't know it.
yeah, Yellow were a Swiss electronic duo. They were formed by two guys named Dieter Meyer and Boris Blank.
Hmm.
And apparently they have connections to the Residents. And Shirley Bassey? Oh yeah, Shirley Bassey was on a few of their songs.
The James Bond singer gal.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, actually, Dieter Meyer was joined a little later. But okay, here's what happened: was Boris Blank and Carlos Perón formed it as a group in the late '70s. Blank handled like keyboards, percussion, sampling, did some backing vocal stuff. Perón handled tapes. They brought in for vocals and lyrics Dieter Meyer, who was a millionaire industrialist and high roller gambler.
Huh.
Because they needed a singer.
Yeah.
And the band name was based on a comment made by Meyer, which was "a yelled hello," so they fused it into Yellow. With no W. And like. Huh. But yeah, they use a lot of weird samples. Dieter Meyer has like this very low voice.
Yeah.
And like just they have bizarre, very rhythmic music. Oh, the reason why they're connected to the Residents was that their first album was put out on Ralph Records in the U.S. As was their second.
What the heck?
I'm back.
Hey, something I found out that like has made me very happy.
Yes.
So you know Yellow?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So their first two albums were put out on Ralph Records.
Uh-huh.
You know who Ralph Records are?
No.
The Residents label.
That tracks. Like,
Also,
Yellow's
Yeah.
early music is, like, in the context of when it came out, is, like, really weird and experimental. So, like,
Oh,
that
yes.
makes sense.
oh yeah, it is.
Oh.
Dead or Alive's You Spin Me Round Like a Record.
Rest in peace, Pete Burns.
Amen. Talk, It's My Life. Speaking of rest in peace, his name is escaping me right now. The guy from Talk, unfortunately died earlier this year, Mark Hollis.
I didn't know about that. That sucks.
Yep, in February. But yeah, Talk went from being, releasing It's My Life, which is the one that, in this case being, it's funny how I find myself.
Wait, that's Talk?
What more can you?
Alright, or you could just keep singing it instead of...
Yeah, like it was covered by, No Doubt, years upon years later.
Yeah! That's the version that I know.
Yeah, but it's a cover of Talk.
I didn't know that
their
those,
second
like I
major single.
didn't know that those were the same song. Hey, can I just say that I actually really fucking love No Doubt?
They're good.
That is valid. Yeah.
They were one of my mom's favorite bands back when she listened to music that was not exclusively Christian rock.
Wrong button.
Huh.
But yeah, I really like No Doubt. They've got several songs that I find extremely good.
But yeah, that's a Talk song from their early period, and they later went on to be one of the first post-rock bands.
Yeah. That's more
Also-
what I know them for. Like, the,
Also,
that
you know
group.
who else is here is Scritti Politti, who started out as
Yeah.
a post-punk, a very weird post-punk band, and then they became an R&B group. And Perfect Way was apparently a hit in the U.S.
That's interesting. But yeah, I really like No Doubt. I haven't thought about them in a long time. I really like the Go-Go's too. Shredney can attest. The other day, I was complaining on your server about how I can't find any of Jane Drano's solo music.
Yeah. Yeah, you were talking about that.
Yeah.
Um,
That's another band I got into through my mom
So,
back when she
I
was listening
actually
to actual
don't
music.
I actually don't think I know, or I might. It's rather that I can't remember it. World Party's Ship of Fools.
No, I don't know that one either. How do you
Oh,
feel about the Go-Go's, Shredney? I am dead again.
um,
Oh.
throw me out a song of theirs.
Vacation, I think, is their biggest
Oh
hit.
yeah, yeah. There are I was just making sure that I was getting the names right.
Yep, that's them.
So they're not a one-hit wonder, but last week I realized for the first time that Rome was by the B-52s. I never made that connection.
Huh, weird.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
didn't know it was by the B-52s either.
Here's one on this 80s one-hit wonders list I haven't thought about in a long time. Catch Me I'm Falling by Pretty Poison. You guys know that one?
I don't think
know.
so.
The one with a bunch of fucking breaking glass sound effects in the chorus.
Huh.
It's like a weird
Yes, like
synth pop
our-
song.
What
And the chorus has a bunch of like a rhythmically played sample of like a bottle breaking.
Huh.
It's a good song. It's just
So
like
this
an
is
odd little.
so Murr brings up something that I actually knew, and I've noticed that nobody ever talks about it. Is REM and the B-52s were both from the same Athens, Georgia house party scene
I might have known that at one point.
in the late 70s and early 80s.
Hey,
and they played shows together and knew each other.
Here's a one like kind of like a spiritual one-hit wonder from the 2010s. You guys remember Mnek?
Yeah, M&EK.
Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah.
Okay.
He does a lot of songwriting for other artists.
Wow.
So
Okay. I'm just gonna yeet myself into the abyss if that's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I have heard that about him, but his one song that got real big was his cover of 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton. And the reason I thought of that is because it samples Love Shack by the B-52s.
Huh. Oh, you know who were another band that were in...
I guess there was also his one that he did with Zara Larsson, though.
Was there?
Never Forget You.
I didn't
That
know
one made it to the radio here.
I don't think I knew that was him.
And
Late...
That one.
Huh.
You know, of the three of us, I think Trey is like by far the best at singing.
Aw.
Well, I don't know. Shredney's also very good at singing. Point here is that I'm not very good at singing.
Don't belittle
I
yourself.
need to do like spoken word or something if I ever want to make vocal music. It's not twice as good as 500 Miles by the Proclaimers.
Not many things are. Lady in Red was a one-hit wonder. I didn't realize that, but Lady in Red is dancing with me.
No, I don't think I know that one.
Yeah, it's like one of those like sort of slow ballady songs.
I don't like many of those, to be honest. There's like, there's a very specific, there's like a very thin line for me between a song being like slow in a profound way and slow in kind of an overwrought way.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, what was I going? Oh, also I was going to say that from the same scene as REM and the B-52s were Pylon, who you don't hear many people talk about, which is
Pylon?
unfortunate because they're good.
Like the Pylon?
Yes, Pylon. Yes,
I do
Pylon.
not know this band. You are correct.
They were kind of a funk-leaning post-punkish act,
Ooh.
and
You want
you
it?
would
Yes.
you would probably like them.
I will maybe look up some of their songs later.
Also, I think I can't remember whether or not Pulsalama were also from that scene. I think they were.
Construct additional pylons.
You must construct additional pylons.
Oh shit, you got the ceremonial dagger.
Ceremonial dagger.
I wonder if the effects from that apply to your...
Oh,
turrets. That
also
would be cool.
another 80s one-hit wonder. I stop the world and melt with you.
Yeah, what's
Dude.
the,
I got
what's
a
the name of that?
tri-tip dagger too. Am
Huh.
I a knife nut now?
You're going for the rare dagger build. What is the name of the band that song is by? I don't remember.
Modern English.
Modern English. Not to be confused with Bad English, who made
Or Bad English who did what?
who made they did Wild West, I think.
Okay.
She's so
Oh,
mean,
and in
but I don't care.
1990, I forgot to mention Sinead. Oh yeah, I already mentioned it. Actually, I mentioned it way at the beginning. Was Sinead O'Connor's version of "Nothing Compares to You."
Yeah, you were surprised when she was a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, but I mean, all things considered, she did manage to piss off a lot of people. Like the Catholic League went after her. Fuck the
You
Catholic League.
You don't want to make an enemy of the archdiocese.
Well, this isn't the Archdiocese. This is the Catholic League.
Yeah,
the Catholic League are like a hard right organization that hides behind being Catholic.
Yeah.
Her thing was that she was anti-pope for reasons I don't remember off the top of my head.
Because
but I'm
of
sure were at least somewhat valid given the time period.
well, because of the child abuse scandals,
That makes
and
sense.
also because of the way that the church reacted to religious violence in Northern Ireland, and generally being just not great with a lot of stuff during that period. And so she, tore up a picture of the Pope on national television while performing.
Yeah.
And people acted...
That's
was
the
not
people that made Walk the Dinosaur.
Yeah, they also did. I've already mentioned this. They did a song where the lyrics are George Foreman's prison letters. They were a weird fucking band. They
Open
had
the
ties
door,
to
get on the floor, everybody walk the dinosaur. Remember when that song was a meme? That was weird.
I remember when that song was in literally every trailer for every movie that came out in the early 2000s that was related to dinosaurs in any remote way whatsoever.
Remember fucking We're Back, a Dinosaur Story? That's a movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
That thing was weird.
I actually like that
Frankie
movie
Goes
as
to
a kid,
Hollywood. Relax.
but I haven't seen it in however many years.
Don't do it.
When you come do it.
I only know
Relax.
that one because
Don't
of
do-
Black Mirror.
That song
that's-
is about masturbating.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't originally when they wrote it.
I don't believe
and
that
demoed it.
for a fucking
No,
second.
here's the interesting thing. They rewrote it to be more sexual when they realized how
okay.
sexual it already was. So it became progressively, when they were talking with Trevor Horn, and, Trevor Horn pointed out, you know how sexual these lyrics sound? And then it was yeah, and then they started, riffing on it, and just started, laughing hysterically, and they decided to make it as suggestive as they could without actually directly saying it.
Trevor Horn is one of those people like Greg Alexander, where they only had one hit, directly, but then they made a billion other hits for other people.
Yes. He was one of the, most essential people involved in Frankie Goes to Hollywood's career. Also, it's kind of weird, the band was 6 people, 4 of whom were straight guys, 2 of whom were gay dudes. The two gay dudes were probably like the only like actually really competent musicians in the band,
That
and
tracks.
and so like, and they were like former punks, like all of them. And like the thing was that like most of the work on their first album was done by session musicians, but then the rest of the band wanted to like actually contribute to things. Like they weren't awful musicians, but they were like they were not up to the necessary level to like record on that level. So they spent like twice as much studio time
I
as on the
didn't really
previous
take
one.
that, but okay. Yeah.
And the album begins with a 10-minute song called "Welcome to the Pleasure Dome," which contains what is it called? Like a twist on the beginning of Xanadu by Samuel Taylor Coleridge as the opening lyrics. And it gets like just like as close as they could to like being very blatant about like BDSM and things.
Xanadu.
You're being ummed in the chat, Trinity.
Electric Light Orchestra.
No, not that Xanadu.
Yeah.
Hey,
Fun fact, I actually, when I was like 10 or so, hearing Mr. Blue Sky in, I think it was the movie Martian Child, made me really enjoy, like, a greatest hits compilation by Electric Light Orchestra when I was little.
Hey, so here's a fun fact about me, like on that same subject. I did not know any Electric Light Orchestra song until I watched the Daikon 4 short for the first time.
Huh.
Which is set to their song Twilight, which I really like, but I don't know how representative that is of their music.
I can't recall like immediately whether or not I was into that one when I was younger, but I would probably enjoy it now.
It's a really good song.
Yeah.
Also, like the Daikon 4 short animation is like probably the best music video a given song could ever have. So
swooped in and snapped it, huh?
I didn't mean to do that, but
God
damn. You can. I'll buy you. Oh, you can have this.
Number 2.
Oh, the 70s had some odd one-hit wonders.
Oh, I don't know much about 70s music. That's kind of where...
Like, I'm just looking at it as, like...
my musical interest ends up stopping.
So, like, Norman Greenbaum's Spirit in the Sky,
oh,
you know...
I like that song.
That is good. And also, Jewish guy writing a psychedelic rock song about Jesus.
Well, it's a metaphor, right? Like, it's not literally...
I'm not sure what...
It's not
like,
literally a gospel song.
I have no idea. But anyway, I mean, he wouldn't be the first to, you know, the first Jewish rock musician to write a pretty good song about Jesus. There's also the Velvet Underground's... There's also the Velvet Underground's Jesus, which is a great song, by the way. Help me in my weakness.
Also, I have...
Okay. Grace. Yeah, that... Great song.
Yeah. I have, sampled the do bit from Spirit in the Sky a couple times.
Huh.
Once again, there is a bird on my head.
Where offhand.
Yeah. That song has some really good guitar work.
It's a good
I don't
song.
know. I don't know if T-Rex is considered a one-hit wonder, but at any rate,
oh yeah,
they are in America.
Oh, they are. Get it on.
20th Century Boy has been back in my head because the Outer Worlds has been using it in their advertising campaign for the game.
Huh. Interesting.
It's a really good song. They're a really good band.
Yeah, they are fun. Like, Electric Warrior is a fun album. But yeah, like Get It On was their one hit, which was known mainly. Most people know it as Bang a Gong, but it is like the actual title is Get It On.
I am the only person alive that likes the Power Stations version of that song a little bit more.
I don't know the Power Stations version of that song.
It's the Power Station also, I think, were a one-hit wonder because it was like a super group made of a bunch of people who were already famous from other things. But yeah, I like that song.
Sugar Hill Gang's Rapper's Delight.
Well, yeah, Sugar Hill Gang even get a chance to record a full album? I don't think they did.
I don't know. I'm gonna look into that.
Or like it was like a weird kind of cobbled together thing. I think if
they actually did release several albums.
Really?
Between 1980 and 1984, and then they didn't release another one until 1999.
Is it called like Sugar Hill's Back or something?
Like it's called Jump on It.
Oh, that's a song by another group.
Huh.
It's the Apache Apache Afro Rock Band made Jump on It.
Huh.
I believe.
But yeah, they
yeah,
like that's a totally different thing. But
what?
Yeah, they broke up in 1985 and then reformed way later, like 1994, and have been around.
My
for
favorite
a while
thing about
then.
Something Awful crappy rock critic blog was him being furious people had come around on Def Leppard and Journey. What a nerd. I actually didn't realize that you had also said what a nerd. That's just also my sentiment.
Huh. Oh, the Nax My Sharona, which... yeah.
Sharona. How do you feel about Def Leppard, Tredney?
They're not really my cup of tea, but I don't object to other people enjoying them. Okay. Like, I'm not gonna get mad at people for liking something that's not hugely my thing.
I believe that
I confuse them with Pantera sometimes, which they are very different.
Yeah, no, very different groups.
Although, actually, interestingly enough, Pantera started out making music like Def Leppard and then changed. Interestingly enough.
But yeah, Pour Some Sugar on Me is a great song. Actually, I think the title might just be Sugar. I forget. You okay?
Yeah, I needed to, in order to, it's a long, I had to move the under thing of my mattress.
Oh, okay.
For stupid reasons.
Pour some sugar on Mac.
Don't
go
die.
crazy. Do y'all remember any of the episodes of Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends where Mac would have sugar and he'd go crazy because of it?
Actually.
There is actually dead ass. He says pour some sugar on me in a hyperactive fit at least once.
Excellent.
Oh dear Lord.
No kid my age would have gotten the reference. But
I would have been your age and I would have gotten it.
We know.
I like Def Leppard.
I don't think I would have gotten it, but you know.
Yeah. Don't die, Murr.
Frames of reference.
That's true. But
more Lepton daisies.
you know, people never talk about the other two Leopard bands.
What are the other two Leopard bands?
Blind Leopard and Mute Leopard.
I need to put a gun in my mouth now.
No, come on. Don't say shit like that.
I didn't say to kill myself. I meant
You're just gonna eat it.
Nom nom.
Get some iron in your diet.
Delicious.
I got another fucking Lepton Daisy.
Right? We have like 5 of them between the 2 of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, I want to clear out this shop over here. Motley Crue and Cinderella. I don't really like Motley Crue. I don't think I know anything about Cinderella.
They were another glam metal band.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, I don't know anything about them beyond that.
Oh, question mark and the Mysterians 96 Tears.
That's a song.
Which, funnily enough, I mainly know from its really warped cover on The Residents, The Third Reich and Roll, which is such a good album. And was recorded primarily in the mid-70s, and sounds
Air
like...
begins to burn.
That's an interesting one.
Hey, game?
Never
What the
seen that
fuck?
before.
What the fuck?
We got a level feel. It's a real roguelike now.
That's a bad energy. I don't like that.
I want to be a cowboy, baby. You think I could just keep doing this forever?
Possibly.
Okay, I just don't know whether or not... Was Rasputin by Boney M? No, I think they had other hits in the US.
Wait, the Rah Rah Rasputin song?
Yes.
Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen.
Yeah.
I was once linked to what was described to me as the worst video of all time, and it was a Nightcore version of that song with an anime girl in, like, a fucking Soviet military getup as the thumbnail.
That is not the worst possible video ever. That's actually brilliant.
It was arguably one of the best videos ever.
Yes, exactly.
Russia's greatest love machine.
That is a pretty great line. Just
I did not know that Boney M was like a band.
Yeah, they were a pop group, they were German Caribbeans.
All right, I mean, why not?
I think half their members were from... Okay, yeah, they had 2 members from Jamaica, 1 from Montserrat, and 1 from Aruba.
Interesting. Well, you know what they say, Chardonnay.
What?
Rah Rah Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine.
They are not to be confused with M, who were a new wave band from England.
That was the pop music guys.
Yes. I don't know if I know that song, actually. I know of it.
Pop music. Pop music. Pop music. It's mostly just that for like 3 minutes.
A family of creatives, I'm confused. I don't know what you're talking about, Lexi.
Yeah.
We're a family of creatives.
No, Pop Music is the name of the song. It's by a band called M. Just like the letter. Although, actually, I don't know if they were really what you'd call a band. I think it was just a guy in a synthesizer, now that I think of it.
I mean, sometimes that's all you need.
I mean, sort of. It's like... Knowing people does not translate to... Never mind. I'm confused.
You know how it goes.
Running through the six with my whoops.
Running through the six with my confusion.
And you know how that should go.
I mean, I sort... Sort of?
When someone says that they are from a creative family, I imagine like somebody like Flying Lotus, who like literally all of his immediate family members are musicians, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Praise
it's
your
like,
cool
I do
monsters.
most of my, like,
Maybe one
like,
day of my own.
to be fair, I do have a lot of relatives who are visual artists. But, like, most of the stuff I do is actually not in the same arts as, for example, my grandparents. Like, they're mainly on, like, they're mainly people who would be known on a relatively local level.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, my mom's mom did sculpture, and, like, Andrew Wyeth was a fan of hers, strangely enough.
Yeah, like it just kind of strikes me as a weird.
But it's like
my great
it doesn't
grandfather
correlate
knew
to fame.
Lee Iacocca. That doesn't make him a business mogul. You know what I mean?
What did you say?
I said my great grandfather knew Lee Iacocca. That doesn't make him a business mogul.
Yeah. I mean, well, like, but it's also like, you know, like, most people who are in the arts are not famous.
Yeah.
Who live in Detroit? I'm very confused.
I believe that she is referring to my great grandfather, which I don't actually remember off the top of my head. Because of the comparison I made a second ago. Lexi and Marone, who are your favorite 90s one-hit wonders?
Yeah, that's that. Okay, let's continue to talk about this.
No, didn't mean to do that.
We probably should hold the teleporter though.
Yeah.
There's a Wikipedia page listing them all if you want to go look it up. I guess this is what the fire burning thing meant. We got like a weird boss.
Blazing Greater.
This is really weird. There are two one-hit wonders which are entitled Woot, There It Is, and Whoomp, There It Is, that came out within a month of each other.
Well, you know, sometimes you have to declare where something is. Have you ever thought about that, Shreddy?
Or rather, it's Woot Here... Wait, Woot... It is Woot There. Oh, there was also an answer song entitled Woot Here It Is by yet another band the following year.
Have you considered that these are all about the same it?
Quite possibly, who knows? It's, I mean, Miami Bass
Baby
was
Got
not
Back
the most
is a good
lyrical
song.
of genres. Like, it was
do you
about
want me to
that
take those?
booty.
Have you gotten one already recently?
You can take them, because you still need to unlock, Artificer, don't you?
No, I've got her.
Well, okay. Well, don't worry about it. Like, either way, then. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Noah Gervais?
Well-
Who's that?
Noah Gervais, something. He has a hyphenated last name. He is a YouTuber who does, like, really in-depth video game analysis, and I've heard he's really good. No, actually, Baby Got Back is a valid answer.
Baby Got Back is like a great song. We're talking about one-hit wonders, Go-Go?
Specifically ones from the 90s. Like, my favorite from the 90s, that's difficult. Like,
Oh.
like, you've got, like, fucking
Oh dear.
Love Fool and,
I started and immediately I went flying.
like, Possum Kingdom and, like, Baby
Hey,
Got
Shredney.
Back, Jump Around, Groove is in the Heart, nothing. Sinead O'Connor's version of Nothing Compares to You.
Hey,
It's like,
so
there are too many fucking good songs here.
Groove is in the Heart, right?
Yeah.
You know that the people, well, specifically the vocalist for D,
The vocalist is apparently an asshole.
it's like, yeah, she's like not a nice person.
It's unfortunate, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Damn lizards. That was not related to the vocalist that we are
I
referring
can't
to.
believe
A lizard.
that Trey is racist against lizard people.
A lizard tried to kill me.
That doesn't excuse racism against lizards. They are my boyfriends. Don't stop killing my boyfriends.
Shredney is in a poly relationship with every lizard man in this video game.
Lizard man.
I mean, I need them to carry me around in my golden litter.
What?
A litter is like, you know, a movable bed chair thing.
No, I didn't know that.
You know, like when you see like Roman emperors being carried around in things.
I know what you're
That's a
referring
litter.
to, I just didn't know that they were called that, and it was very confused. Hey Trey,
Hey, what?
I think that the time might be up for us.
Yeah.
The time has come to say fair is fair, etc., etc. That song is about something completely different.
Yes. Is Shapes and Forms over? I mean, yeah, because it's Thursday. Or not, or because
It's
not
not
Thursday,
Thursday.
rather.
It's very much not Thursday.
It's Magic Planet Live on other days. No, we're gonna stream for a bit yet. I'm talking about the difficulty of this game. The lizard people are just an astral projection of the bourgeois.
Stop.
Bourgeoisie.
Yo, what?
Oh, shit.
Your Woman by Whitetown is a very strange song.
What is that song? I don't know that song.
It's just like, for one thing, the chorus is like, I'll never be the right woman for you, and the guy singing it is a guy singing it. So that's one
Okay.
level of dissonance. The other thing is it kind of sounds like it was recorded on a cassette tape that then was stepped on a bunch of times.
What?
It's like really low fidelity for a hit song, and it just sounds weird. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I actually, like, that's another song that creeps me out for some reason.
Okay, what year is it from, roughly? Oh, there it is.
It's like
1997.
Mid-90s, yeah. It also has the line, so much for all your highbrow Marxist ways. That's true.
Oh, it's from, part of the reason why it sounds so lo-fi is apparently because there's, like, the main sample in it is taken from a song from, like, the 30s.
Yeah, like, I can believe that. It's just, it has a really weird tone to it.
And it was, yeah, and Whitetown, apparently the guy who's behind it is, Indian. Like, from India. His name is Jyoti Mishra.
I did not know that part.
Well, Indian British. He lives in England now.
That makes sense.
Time to die.
Or has for rather long.
Oh god, oh fuck.
Oh,
Yeah.
he apparently is a Marxist, incidentally.
What? I just don't understand the
And
song.
straight edge. He
I
became
understand
straight
the
edge at
song
16.
even less now.
And the reason why it's called Your Woman came from the song, or it might have been connected, I don't know, is like it samples a song called My Woman, which is by a guy named Al Boley, who was a Mozambican-born South African jazz singer during the 30s.
It is a mystery.
And specifically, it samples a trumpet line from that song.
What? Apparently, I have vastly underestimated Your Woman by Whitetown. I should also state, I don't think it's a very good song. It's mostly just kind of annoying and creepy, in my opinion. You can go look it up at some point if you want. It's not my favorite song from that era.
That is like weirdly. This is distressingly deep for a song that's like some random one-hit wonder.
There was kind of like a trend with sampling like really old songs at that point.
No, I'm just saying.
God.
No,
I'm
but
saying
I'm trying to. I know. I'm trying to talk about springboard.
Why are there so many huge lizards?
Springboard into a slightly
because you're coming
conversation.
closer to my love boudoir.
Like,
They're trying to
Shred me
protect me.
Shred me, if you are making whoopee with these guys, there's a problem. There is a problem, okay?
How is there a
Help.
problem?
They're huge and they breathe fire. They
You
are
can't
not
tell me
dragons,
how to
but they
live
might-
my life, Trey.
They are not dragons, but they might as well be.
You can't tell me not to kiss a dragon.
Alright, well... But yeah, there was like a whole trend with sampling really old pop music and songs in the 90s. Because there was that song, there was Porcelain by Moby, there was the aforementioned Standing Outside a Broken Phone Booth with Money in My Hand by the Primitive Radio Gods.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of songs like that. Hey Go-Go? No. No.
Fly, my
Well, why do you
monkeys.
know? Why do you need those if you have the real thing?
No. I'm on his head. I'm on his head.
Oh, incidentally,
Oh.
Stephen Merritt of the Magnetic Fields described in the booklet for 69 Love Songs, he described Your Woman as one of his favorite pop songs of the last few years.
That's an interesting thing.
Huh.
You cannot get this, Alloy Worship Unit. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh god, oh fuck, oh god. Red Whip, do your thing.
No one is going to ban you, Go-Go.
No, the only people we ban are people who ask for ASMR demonstrations.
And don't do so politely.
I don't know. Even if I was asked politely, I would still feel pretty off-put about being asked to perform ASMR.
Fair enough.
And if what you say is true, I'll never be the right woman for you. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, and Everything But the Girl's Missing is a really good song.
Yo, it took me a very long time to figure out that that song is not about, like, somebody who broke up with somebody. That song is about someone who, like, disappeared.
Yeah, like as in might be dead.
Like a missing person case missing.
Yeah. It's a horrifyingly sad and haunting song.
Yeah, I mean, like the deserts miss the rain is a pretty good simile.
Yeah.
Let's look at this list.
Oh, also, Semisonic's Closing Time.
That's a good song.
And the New Radicals, You Get What You Give.
That's a very good song.
Marcy
Hey.
Playground's Sex and Candy.
I Got a Man by Positive K. That's a song I forgot about. That's a rap song.
Duncan
Okay, you
Sheik's
could also
Barely
just ignore
Breathing.
me. That's also a thing you could do.
That's a song that exists.
Tradney,
Yes?
you cut me off.
Sorry.
I don't even remember what I was talking about. It's fine. 5 o'clock by Nonchalant? I don't think I know that one.
Yeah, a lot of these I don't know.
Hey by Crucial Conflict. That was the first rap song out of Chicago to ever be a hit.
Did you know that Possum Kingdom is actually in 15/8?
No.
Yes,
I'm a
like
Barbie
the
girl.
the main guitar riff goes, it does that thing where it's it's like it has one measure that's essentially in 7/8 or 7/4, and then it's like in like 8/8.
Weird.
It's an odd little. It is an
Hey,
odd song.
The Freshman by the Verve Pipe, talking about depressing songs. You know that
I
one?
don't know that one.
It's like, it's about, God, what the hell is it about? It's like,
I'm going to look.
Two high school like,
Oh,
dating people get married, and, yeah, bad stuff happens.
Apparently,
The chorus is like, who knew we'd die for our sins? We were merely freshmen. It's kind of a, I'm exaggerating it, but kind of like a preface to that style of singing. I do like the song though. It's just very sad.
it apparently was inspired by the singer's pregnant girlfriend had an abortion.
Yeah, that was it.
And, was, like, apparently really, really shitty for both of them.
Yeah. Hey, fucking Sonny Came Home by Sean Colvin. Which is a song about something. It's about Sonny coming home. Hello?
Oh, it's apparently
Yeah.
about a woman who burns down her house
Yeah.
to escape her past.
Yeah, Trey is better at playing this game solo than I am. But,
Trey is still getting his ass whipped.
nah, you're fine.
God.
You're fine. But yeah, it's like the girl burns her house down. There's some phrasing in the song that implies there might still be people in the house when she burns it down. It's an interesting.
The fuck?
It's an interesting song.
There are a lot of songs in terms of like the 90s one-hit wonders that are like kind of like, if not dark, then like kind of just weird.
Yeah.
Like Possum Kingdom is about, it's apparently based on a bunch of like, local legends surrounding a lake around there.
I knew that,
And
actually.
and like murders that happened around there.
Yeah. Also, if it's cool with everybody, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick and then switch over to Dead
Okay.
Cells. If that's
Sure.
a cool thing.
Yeah.
Alright, I will be right back.
We're using Wikipedia.
Yeah,
Gogo,
Wikipedia
specifically the
just
ones
has a list of one-hit wonders in the United States.
list of one-hit wonders in the U.S.
I'll be right back, folks.
You are excused.
Pardon me.
So this is interesting. Apparently, Possum Kingdom was intended to be a continuation of the story of the song "I Burn," which is a song about cult members setting themselves on fire in order to ascend to a higher plane. And that it's specifically about a ghost trying to bring someone else to the other side. So, yeah, cheerful song right there.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, I mean, like, missing is about a missing person. Counting blue cars is about, like, tell me all your thoughts on God.
Yeah.
You know?
Got some funky stuff going on.
Yeah. Apparently people were very mad about him depicting the songwriter of from Dishwalla portraying the God as a woman in the song.
Yeah.
Because sexism. Huh. Wait, Save Tonight. Oh, is that the Fight the Break of Dawn song? Yeah, I think it is. Huh. Wow, that's a... Oh.
Hello again.
Hey.
So, hello. So, Eagle Eye Cherry... So, Save Tonight is, like, the one that goes... Oh, yeah, it's the one that goes, Save Tonight.
Yes, I like that song.
Apparently that Eagle Eye Cherry, that is indeed his actual name. He is of Choctaw Native American descent, and but he's also from Sweden,
That's interesting.
specifically Stockholm. So he is a Native American / Swedish singer and songwriter.
Huh.
Yeah. That
Safety Dance by Men Without Hats. That's a good song. But yeah, that's interesting.
like I was like, it's like, so that, yeah, that throws me. Also apparently, oh, this is even, wait a second, is he related to...
Nene Cherry?
Oh,
Maybe.
he's the... Yeah, he apparently is. He's the son of Don Cherry, the jazz musician.
Okay.
And his mother was named Monica Carlson, originally.
Hey, here's one for you. A one-hit wonder from the 2000s. You ever heard Vans by The Pack?
Got my Vans on, but they look like...
Got my Vans on, but they look like sneakers.
I don't know if I have.
Shredney, there's one thing you need to understand about this song, okay? I'm gonna tell you what it is. Are you ready for this knowledge?
Okay, drop some knowledge on me.
He's got his Vans on, okay?
Okay, yeah.
But they look like sneakers.
Okay, by the way, I think we broke Trey.
And if you're wondering, well, what else is the song about? The answer is nothing. That's the song.
Okay, then.
And you want to know who a member of the Pack was?
Lil B, the bass god.
Lil B.
Oh my fucking god,
Yes.
really?
Yes.
Also, by the way, one of the one-hit wonders was Natalie Imbruglia's version of Torn,
Yeah.
and just gonna
like,
say, Oh, by the way,
I know
Edward
that you.
Swa- oh,
I know
I'm
that
gonna
you
quickly
think
go to-
Edna Swap's version is better, and I know that you're wrong about it. But that's
It is
okay.
objectively better, and also I'm going to go use the bathroom. But yes,
Okay.
Edna Swap's version is objectively better. Jane is
It's
a loser.
not.
Bye.
But Lil B is like the only person from the pack that had like a major solo career, which is funny because he was like not really considered the best rapper in the pack.
Yeah.
Everybody thought Young L would be the breakout star, and Young L kind of had a solo career afterwards, but not nearly as much of one. And I don't think Stunna Man has done anything since they broke up.
Yeah, I haven't heard of any of the other ones, just Lil D.
Yeah, Young L had a EP, or like, well, not an EP, but like a short mixtape a couple years ago called Final Fantasy that was really good.
Huh.
But that's like the only thing anybody knows by him,
Yeah.
other than his stuff with the pack, who honestly I don't think were a particularly great group, but you know, Vans is a good song.
Yeah.
They've got their Vans on, and they look like sneakers.
Like sneakers. Yep.
What's your favorite one-hit wonder of the 90s, Trey?
Of the 90s. Let me look at this list real quick.
The hidden
90s one hit wonder. So, it's funny. My mind goes to I said Return of the Mac earlier, but recently my mind has gone since we started talking about it. Let's see.
Hello and welcome, everyone. I am the Good Opinions Haver, and this is
Bradney.
not quite shapes and forms.
Bradney. Trey is contemplating.
So I
Yeah.
like the Venga Boys We Like to Party. That one
Okay.
is silly as hell and it's really good.
The Venga bus is coming, and everyone
Yes,
is
yes.
running. The world we know is ending.
I
I don't remember the actual lyrics to that song. I just remember the stupid, like...
New York to San Francisco, intercity disco.
The
What does
wheels
that
are still
mean?
are turning. The traffic
Because it's a
lights are
bus.
burning.
That's a disco.
So if you like to party, come on and move your body. The Venga bus is coming, damn it! Oh my god.
They're from Rotterdam because, of course, they are.
What's Up? But your favorite one-hit wonder of the 90s is What's Up by the Four Non-Blondes. It is an unusual choice, but a respectable one.
Yeah, it's just like. Yeah, that's fair. I can understand also, like, it's one of those songs where I can understand really liking it or really disliking it,
It's,
and both are valid to me.
It's a polarizing piece of music.
Yeah.
Oh my god. When I was a kid, I could not get enough of fucking Cotton Eye Joe by Rednecks.
Ugh! Oh my god. That is the most cursed
Hey,
hit song.
like, fun fact, when I was like 8 or 9, I was at a square dance because I lived in the mountains, and the actual fucking fiddle band they had playing there played Cotton Eye Joe basically as like a prank on us, the audience, I think.
Was it the original version of like as in the actual folk song?
No, they played the Rednecks version.
So
that's disappointing.
One other one one other one that I like is Snow's Informer, even though I probably shouldn't.
Well,
I'll lick
I
you
don't
boom
know.
boom down.
I like that there's randomly part in that song where he just says that he stabbed a guy.
Yeah. And how the whole thing is
Lynn.
basically a postmodern
Hello.
reflection on the fact that it is indeed a reggae song by a white Canadian man.
I like that there's randomly part in that song where he just says that he stabbed a guy.
And how the whole thing is basically a postmodern reflection on the fact that it is indeed a reggae song by a white Canadian man.
Also,
To be fair,
we are
he's
going
like-
to bring Win into the call, so it's going
Also-
to hang up for a second. And
Okay.
then recall you.
Okay.
A 2. The Vango bus is coming.
Hello,
The Vango bus is coming. Hi, Win.
and everybody's
Hello.
running.
Okay, good. It's not just me.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
We're all
Okay.
here.
But yeah, I was gonna say that, like, I'm just gonna say it, is that Snow is objectively 100 times more street than Drake will ever be.
I don't know
Oh my
about
God.
that one.
Like,
Like,
dude grew up in
I
a
don't-
seriously rough part of, I think it was Toronto.
I mean, so did
and, like,
okay, like I don't like Drake's music very much, to say the least. But Drake also grew up in, I think, literally the same rough part of Toronto.
huh.
And, like, the guy is involved with fucking, God, I forget the name of the gang. But Drake is, like, actually affiliated with a gang from Toronto. That I
Huh.
do not remember the name of. Anyway, hi, Win.
Hello.
We're talking about one-hit wonders. What's your favorite one-hit wonder of the 90s?
The 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to think.
There is a list if you would like to consult it, if someone could link them the list.
Yeah, let me drop it real fast. While I'm looking, under the 2000s, they've got Amory's One Thing listed, masterpiece.
What's that?
It's just one thing you got me slipping. It's just one thing you got me
I don't
slipping
think I
your
know
dick.
that one, actually.
That song.
Hey, you know what's
That
another one-hit wonder from the 2000s? Is I Love College by Asher Roth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Cassie's Me and You counts, but it feels like it should.
I feel...
When I was,
I feel-
like, in high school, I could do, like, a pretty good Asher Roth impression. Which
Nice.
is the kind of thing that feels unspeakably lame to even, like, not even brag about, but just, like, mention. And what's
Well, here's
worse is that my voice has both deepened and flattened since then, so I can't do it anymore.
Yeah. So here's something to consider. Well, if she does it like this, then you do it like that.
You know how I do it? Right there.
Oh yeah, I was telling
Shake,
Trey
shake.
during
Shake.
when you
Shake
were-
it.
when you were away, like some context for the Toadies Possum Kingdom, actually, apparently, that the songwriter sort of thought of it as a sequel to the song I Burn, which is about a bunch of cult members setting themselves on fire to ascend to a higher plane.
I mean,
And it's about a
who among
vengeful
us?
ghost. Yes?
Who
What?
among us hasn't been there?
But it's basically about a ghost trying to tempt somebody to join them in the other world.
See, like, huh?
If you want to know my confusing taste in music, my favorite 90s one-hit wonder is probably What Is Love by Hathaway.
I mean, that's a good song.
I mean, sure. Like, that's a pretty solid Eurodance cut.
What is love?
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What is love?
Still a classic piece of modern pop culture.
Yeah, like the proud tradition of Afro-German dance artists having single hits in the United States.
I mean, Boney M had more, but still.
Well,
Like-
well, no, that's not who I was referring to.
No, but
There
I
was
am
also,
saying that there are one or two
yeah,
Afro-German and dance artists who have had more.
there's also Captain Jack.
Captain Jack.
The 90s one-hit wonders I've probably sang fully along to are Life is a Highway and Barbie Girl.
Yeah.
Both also
Yeah.
good songs, in my opinion.
Mm. Like,
Alrighty, y'all. I'm gonna dip out. If
All right.
oh, okay. Talk to you later.
See
love you
Jane.
guys. Take care.
So
You gonna turn on the screen share, Jane?
Oh, I forgot. That's my bad.
Mike Shinoda dropped a new song,
Okay.
Is it
and
good?
it's called "Fine" in all lowercase.
Oh.
Oh no.
Man, that guy has
It
been going
was
through it
not
lately,
as
huh?
depressing as I expected it to be.
Fair.
Hmm.
I've only listened to it once, so just before the stream, and I'm bad at having opinions on music.
Oh, hey, Win, you are the other person who has listened to There Existed an Addiction to Blood.
Yeah, I sure did.
That is now my album of the year. You know, it is the one to beat.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I still like Splendor and Misery more, but that's also because they made a sci-fi rap album, which is
Fair enough.
Have you heard Deltron 3030?
no, I have not.
You should listen to that. That's also a sci-fi rap album.
They were inspired by Deltron 3030, I'm pretty sure.
And they also did that one song that wasn't on Splendor and Misery. That was an Afrofuturism thing. That was cool.
Yeah, they have a few that are kind of in
I
that
think
vein.
they're making a short film based on that.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Yeah, there was
Here's a
something like
question
that.
for you that I've always thought about this. At what point does a short film just become a movie? Is there a specific length of runtime?
Feature films tend to be like it was previously defined. A feature film was relative to it would be the main film that you're showing, and typically those are at least an hour.
Yeah, I guess that makes
And
sense.
more typically,
70
at
minutes.
least 75 minutes long. It is longer than a CD, is I think the definite sort of thing going on. More than is typical.
Well, most movies are longer than CDs because they're stored on reel-to-reel tapes originally.
Bitch, please.
so I'm just looking through my release radar on Spotify and just metal cover of American Idiot.
I mean, American Idiot's a good album.
But yeah, hey, what was your favorite song on the new clipping?
Me suddenly forgetting the name of every song on the album. Hang on.
Okay.
I like
having
the
an
part.
ADHD moment.
I like the part where he said,
That's...
Oh yeah, at the end of La Mala Ordina.
That was the joke, yes.
Yeah, oh, I thought you were referring to the whole thing where, on one of their non-album singles, they sampled ODB just going,
Yeah.
No.
Blood of the Fang is probably my favorite song in the album.
Fair. I think that Blood of the Fang, to me, is, the best song on the album, but I think my favorite is Attunement.
I actually... This randomly reminded me... Earl Sweatshirt released an EP yesterday.
Yeah.
And I haven't listened to the full thing yet, but the lead single, which is called East, is him rapping over a looped 8-second sample of a piece of atonal Arabic music. And no other instrumentation whatsoever. It is a challenging listen, is what I would describe it as.
That is neat.
It kind of sounds, because of the way it's cut, it kind of sounds like an accordion. So, people were making jokes about it being pirate music.
I would need to, hear it, but you're saying atonal, or is it more microtonal?
That is just what I was told. I don't actually know the difference between those two things.
Atonal just means it doesn't have a key. And generally speaking refers to like either free atonality or serialism, which are more specific things.
I will link you the song after the stream is over, and you can tell me. I just
Oh,
know
I can
what
tell.
I was
Yeah,
told
it's just
by
like
other people.
Arabic music tends to not really use the whole key paradigm thing. It's more modal.
You could even just like look it up real quick.
Okay.
And hear
like,
it now, because you only need to listen to like 10 seconds of the song. It's just that one loop.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, it's called East.
Let's see.
East in all capital letters.
East!
East!
Oh, 1 sec. Yeah,
Me when I go east.
I had to burp.
Thank you for being the only person I ever bring on these streams who is considerate of the audience's listening experience regarding that kind of thing.
Fucking hell!
What happened?
Wait.
Shredney?
Why does this work?
Shredney?
Yes.
I think
Get
they're dying. Concern. But yeah, we've been talking about one-hit wonders for like the past 2 hours. It's great. How are you, Lynn?
Have you heard of this YouTuber, Todd in the Shadows?
I like Todd in the Shadows. Except occasionally when he misses the point of a song and I get mildly frustrated. But like not that much, because like, it's just a YouTube video. Whoa! Alright, I'm about to get copyright stricken apparently. I'm just gonna mute Shredney for a second. That was the song's instrumental, by the way. That bizarre, like, screeching sound. You might call it an avant-garde choice. Oh, I forgot to bring the chat back up. Yo, tabs? They're whack. Hey, Win, can you just keep one eye on the group chat and let me know when they are back?
Oh, they are back.
Oh, okay.
I can hear them. Alright, you individually muted them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jane muted you because she didn't want to get a copyright strike
Yeah.
from the music.
Okay. Well, no, like, I was on the other end of the room.
It started
Hello?
playing extremely loudly. Yeah, I can hear you again now, but I was like...
no, what I was trying to say was that is not atonal. It might be tuned kind of oddly, but it is, like, I don't know, it's just like a couple of chords being played in what sounds like either Eastern European or Arabic music.
I know the sample is from a piece of Arabic music, because somebody tracked it down, like, already. But...
Alright. Yeah, it's not atonal at all.
It is it's an interesting choice.
It is an unusual choice.
For rap instrumental. Especially because he's not really rapping to it, per se. It's interesting.
Yeah, I could tell from the little bit I listened to it. It's interesting, though. I like the effect.
I do not care for it, but apparently the rest of the EP uses, like, more traditional instrumentation, so I'm not too banged up about it. A lot of people making jokes like, this slaps in the galleon, and things like that.
It doesn't really sound like pirate music to me or anything. It sounds like
I think it's just
Arabic music.
I think it's just the timbre that makes people think that, but...
It's like, I don't know, I think it would be,
I like how
funnier...
you say pirate music, as if it's not just sailor music.
Nah,
like, there's nothing wrong with sailor or pirate music. It's just like, I would make more jokes like, this slaps in the souk,
What the
Or
fuck
something.
is a souk?
Ah, shit, I'm gonna have to look this up to, like, get a decent definition.
Or like the other thing is people compare it to circus music.
Mm,
Actually, I think my favorite one I saw was like when you pass Jack Sparrow the aux chord.
souk. Yeah, it's an Arabic market or marketplace, a bazaar.
Alright, well, if somebody here still has a Reddit account and wants to steal this slaps in the souk for the next time
Yeah.
someone talks about the song, you can do that. You have our blessing.
I mean, I could post it. I have a Reddit account.
Okay.
Yeah, it's used in places like Morocco, Malta, like you know, in the Horn of Africa,
The
various
horny
parts
Africa.
of the Western Asia. The Persian equivalent is bazaar.
You know, you could have just said a bazaar, and I would have immediately known what you meant.
I was just reading the dictionary definition, like right there, like that showed up, and I was like making sure I was right. It was like, yeah, it's an
Fair
Arabic, it's an Arab market or marketplace. It's a bazaar.
When you be at the market, the black market of the beast. That's another weird rap song.
What is that?
Farmer's Market of the Beast by fucking, what the hell is the name of that group? Of Mexican Descent is the name of the group.
What kind of group are they?
Weird West Coast rap group. I don't know how to describe them, really. Like, music for people who think that Anticon is too straightforward and accessible.
So basically my shit.
I don't know if you'd like it, because the experimentation is mostly in the vocals.
I enjoy experimental vocals.
Yeah, but, like, I don't mean that they're, like not what you're thinking of, I don't think. Like, there's a part in that song where a guy raps from the perspective of a parrot. Like, it's odd.
I mean, I dig those sort of things.
It's a song that I like. It's just the market, if you'll pardon the pun, for such things is narrow.
It's just you seem to be under the assumption that, like, I don't know, that I wouldn't like that sort of thing.
I think when I say experimental vocals, you think like the stuff that they do in like death metal groups and such.
No, I don't.
Alright,
I was.
well,
I mean, as in, like, I'm thinking more along the lines of, like, say, spoken word sort of things.
Not really. It's just.
Or
It's
just
like
you
a lot of weird affectations and stuff.
That's still interesting. Like, it's
Yeah.
just, you seem to be just under the impression that I don't find those things potentially interesting.
Well,
And I find that odd, given that you know me very well. Like, I like all
know-
kinds of weird shit.
you must understand, I have like weird anxiety about ever recommending anyone anything.
Don't. Like, I am generally congenial to most things to some degree.
I mean, that's fair, but it is not a you problem. You must realize it's a me problem.
Fair enough.
Trying to think of if I can name any member of Mexican descent. It's like there's a guy named Radio Inactive, and then another dude whose rap name is like 5 syllables long and has a bunch of X's in it.
Hey, Win, where are you at? Where are you at, Win?
What?
You went very quiet.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you pick out your favorite? Oh no, you said it was fucking what is love?
Blood
I
of the Fang.
forgot.
Blood of the Fang by Hadaway.
Blood of the
By
Fang.
what is by Hadaway? Sorry, no, I was
What is Love
confusing
by
two
Click?
different conversations we had.
Yes.
But that combination, oh my god. Just
Hadaway
like-
still makes music, which is a thing that is amusing to me for some reason.
I mean, that doesn't really
Why wouldn't
surprise
we, I
me.
guess, but you know.
Like a lot of these, like house vocalists from that period have really long careers actually.
What is this? Oh, interesting.
But
what
yes,
what are we talking
if
about?
I don't get to saying that something bops in the souk, then someone do it for me, please.
This bangs in the soup.
Or I could say it dings in the souk.
I don't know. I really liked that this slaps in the galleon comment. Hey, I just realized this is called a vor pan, cause like vorpal and pan.
But
No,
like
I
that,
know what you're thinking, and no,
I was just thinking is like
no.
that's a really specific kind of vor they're going on
I'm
with
gonna
there.
fucking kill you now.
Like actually, I don't even know if that qualifies as vor anymore.
Yeah. I need to read the new Toho manga.
It's pretty good. I do not care for the art though.
Yeah, I've heard that. There's another one starting in like a month, I think.
That's cool.
I don't know what that one's about though.
I follow noted Mexican Toho fan artist Mefo on Tumblr,
Me too.
and
I don't follow them on Tumblr, just Twitter.
and someone sent him an ask, like, what do you think of the new Satori manga? And he apparently hadn't heard about it. He was like, the new what? But now he knows.
Okay, there's a new one called Lotus Eaters.
Me when I eat a lotus. Hey Shredney,
Yes.
play Toho.
I do not have the skills
Hey,
to play
Shredney,
Toho.
listen to like fan Toho music.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
Toho music.
I mean, I already kind of do that sort of thing.
The
like-
Undertale soundtrack does not count.
I'm not even counting the Undertale soundtrack. I knew you were gonna say that, but no. I have listened to enough Black MIDI to be aware
I don't.
of Toho music.
Oh, you mean the phenomenon, not the band.
The
called Black Midi.
like as in the style Black MIDI, which
Yes.
that's going to be forever a pain in the ass to distinguish what you're talking about.
I
with
assume
those
the
two
band
things.
is named after the thing.
Oh, they are.
But
I'm
I don't
pretty damn
understand
sure.
why.
I'm not either, honestly, and it bugged me at first.
Like I like their music. I'm just not sure why they're called that. It's a very non-indicative name.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they like Black MIDI.
Maybe
Oh.
they are Black MIDI files come to life.
All I know about the new one, the new manga, is apparently there's a whale girl that
Excellent.
Hmm.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Win.
yeah.
Would you describe her as a waifu?
Haven't seen her yet.
I was just so I was so close to making some kind of comment along those lines, but Jane, you already did it for me. I was gonna do it to annoy you, but like
that's
you did it to annoy Win, and like
that's my secret, Cap. I'm
I
always
think-
thinking of the bad jokes.
Yeah, I think it seems like one of the main characters in it is what's the little Oni's name?
Suika?
Yeah, Soika. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she's a big part of it. Like we've got like a preview image of Lotus Eaters, so
Hopefully it is good. Hello, Gogo Otaku from the Magic Planet Discord server. Now you both have to turn into your chibi forms. That's how the
oh
meme
my
goes.
goodness.
You guys have seen those, right?
seen what?
The meme where it's like, hello character from property, hello character from
Oh,
property,
yeah.
and
That meme.
then they become chibi. It's one of those things that's funny because it's stupid.
Hello, Show Tucker from Full Metal Alchemist. Hello, Bondford the novel from Made in Abyss. That would be very bad.
Welcome to the club, Marone.
Worst dad competition.
Did you know that
Sorry.
Hibiki Tachibana and Madoka Magica have the same voice actress?
Yes.
What? Her last name is Magica, right?
Yeah, that's how that works.
Kaname. But,
Magica.
yeah. Sure.
Actually, her last name is...
Kaname Madoka.
Her
Something,
last
something,
name
something,
was
something.
originally Jones, and it was changed in the American adaptation.
I don't believe you.
Jones Madoka.
I hate that.
No. I can actually remember, like, I can't recite it because it's in Japanese, but I do remember, like, pretty much the entirety of Homura's speech, like the little thing that she says in the first episode.
Yeah, the thing about, if there are any fucking Espers, psychics, or aliens.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! I will slice you in half, Jane.
No, you
I mean, no, because I don't want to go to
Katana.
jail. And I don't have a sword or a machete.
Or,
Powerful
like
enough for
like
those purposes.
like
I have a
taser.
sword, but I don't think it's actually sharpened, so it's just a novelty Lord of the Rings sword.
I had something else. Oh, yeah. It's like how the one character in No Gun's life is just named Mary.
Like Madonna.
Mother Mary comes to me.
Also, that's a good show.
I do intend to watch it eventually.
It's good. Are you caught up, Win?
Nope.
You should do that.
What have you been watching in terms of animes?
I am only following 3 things this season.
I was asking when.
Oh, sorry.
Like I've been
Wasn't obvious.
not watching it. Like I've been. There are things I do want to watch this season, but I'm behind on stuff. Probably
Go
just have a
on.
night where I binge stuff. And then I'm also planning on watching more Psychopaths at some point,
Ooh.
so I can watch season 3.
I'm not going to
Just-
go on Dr. Stone, Marone.
Just to watch Doctor Stone. Out of principle. I don't know what principle that is, but
Not watching shows where the main character has stupid hair.
I mean,
Look, there are stupid hair anime which are still good.
Like Bobo 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 Bo.
Look, none of the hair in Boba 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 Bo is stupid.
I was thinking more like, I don't know. Well, Hunter x Hunter and Shiki come to mind.
Oh yeah, Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter plus Hunter.
Hunter multiplied by Hunter.
That one's somehow worse than just saying the wrong symbol.
Hunter multiplied by Hunter.
But
Gun
yeah,
crossed multiplied by sword.
like there's like 3 good things airing this season in my onion. Like, Stars Align is very good. Outburst Dreamer Boys is good, and No Guns Life is good.
What is your opinion on Beastars, which I have not seen yet?
Me or when?
Well, I was asking you.
I am not watching it, so I don't have one.
Okay. Fair.
It doesn't seem like my thing, and
Fair.
No,
Yeah.
don't talk about Kandagawa Jet Girls.
Oh,
Wasted 26 minutes of my life watching the first episode.
I
of that.
watched a video of like all the cutscenes and dialogue and stuff in Tales of Berseria the last couple days.
Oh, my girlfriend likes that
So
game.
I've now taken in the entire story of Tales of Berseria. Kind of like didn't even mean to. But I guess I'm emotionally invested in the Tales series now.
Well,
I mean, if you just treat it like an anime, then, you know.
there might be an anime. Seems like
There
one of
is-
those
There's an
things.
anime for Tales of Zestiria,
Hmm.
which
Yeah.
is kind of the sequel to Berseria.
Yeah, there are a
How-
couple of tales of
how,
things. There's also like an OVA of one of them.
How bizarre.
Yeah, some of them have sequels, and then the sequel will not have. It won't just be that name too,
Yeah.
so it gets really confusing.
Unsubbed.
But they're not all in the same universe. They're like Final Fantasy in
Or
that way.
Gundam. Or,
Kinda.
or... I was gonna say or Dragon Ball. That doesn't apply there.
I mean, there is the Handshakers sequel, W's.
That
Wait,
I
those aren't
watched.
related.
Yeah, like not only are they related, W's is like a direct sequel to
Yeah.
Handshakers. Like the first episode has a recap of the finale of Handshakers.
Dear God.
Like I watched the first couple episodes of that show and it was not good, but I couldn't accuse it of being uninteresting, I suppose.
Well, you can't. Well, okay. Apparently,
Show looks like it
Handshakers
was-
does get.
Directed by a fucking alien. It's just
I mean, that's true of Handshakers as well.
like there's this part I remember very vividly where 2 characters are talking in a room and they're both sitting down, and the camera is just like it's almost like if somebody set an actual camera just like on the floor and then slowly rolled it across the floor while the characters were talking. It's just the most pointlessly weird. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't add or subtract anything to the scene. It's just odd.
Yeah, that's like, and well, apparently, like, that's like the only really interesting thing about Handshakers is that the direction
Yeah.
is
Fucking
fucking bizarre.
To go with to extend that simile, Marone is like Bakemonogatari if that series completely sucked.
Yeah, like Akiyuki Shinbo
So
and
Mark,
What?
what?
nothing.
But
But
it's not a good anime, and I would not recommend it.
But like, but I mean, what I was saying was like, but that's because Akiyuki Shinbo and I believe it's Is it a Naoyuki Itamura or something like that?
The Monogatari guys are from planet
Yeah,
Earth
like,
and understand how humans watch anime.
Yeah, they actually have directorial competence and
It's
vision.
like, I don't even know if it's incompetence or if it's just
There's
that
just
way
no-
on purpose for some reason.
I've seen it described as like, like the issue is sort of like that it feels like they saw stuff like Monogatari and were like, oh, look, these weird, cool visual things, but didn't like have any reason for it or like actual vision behind it. So it just winds up being like
I have
this
heard it
incoherent.
described as people who are very talented trying very hard to make a very bad cartoon, which I think is not an unfair estimation of the show.
Huh. Like it's not without. No, that's Bake was the only one directed by Oishi.
Oh, there's a thing I watched
Oh, and Kizu.
that
Sorry.
isn't anime, but is interesting that I watched today was the videos on Local 58.
Oh, that weird horror YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's like a creepypasta YouTube channel thing.
Yeah.
By the dude who the chainsaw suit guy.
By the chainsaw
Chris
suit guy?
Chris Staub.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's the one who did Crystal Cove, too.
Candle Cove, you mean?
Candle Cove.
Yeah,
I refuse to watch that because I cannot handle horror in movie form, in like visual format at all.
Well, basically the gist I think I'm getting from the story being put together by Local 58 is that the moon is evil.
Yeah.
Huh.
Moon's haunted.
Moon's on it.
One
But
of the
no.
videos is just like this contingency plan that the US government has that pops up and says the United States has been defeated by an overwhelming force and we've surrendered. And then it tells everybody to kill themselves. And then afterwards the station goes, wait, we weren't supposed to put that up. Oops.
At fuck the moon on Twitter.
That's like the least supernatural one.
Yeah. Code Chaos type beat? Hold on now.
Where does blank type beat come into reality as a meme? Like, where did that come from originally?
It's just like people making producer type beat on YouTube.
Yeah, I assumed as much, or something like
SCP.
a sort of an unfortunate Pitchfork review being like a blank type beat, and it's like
No,
what?
no, it's from people titling their YouTube instrumentals things like so and so type beat.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
SCP type beat.
Yeah, basically.
Just like, oh god,
Beans type beat. I don't think anybody's making those anymore.
Black Hand Path type beat.
Sunburned Hand of the Man type beat.
Like, have you ever heard anything by Black Hand Path?
No, but I understand the gist of the joke immediately because there's really
Is it-
only one joke you can make with that format.
Well, I mean, they are,
What?
were, and sorry.
Said it sounds like a cult.
Black Hand Path, were, I'm not sure if they're still around. They were, just imagine Death Grips, but much, much more so.
Death Grips 2.
On Death Grips.
Like, they're basically, like, they're, well, okay, that's a little unfair. They do have some distinct differences, but, like, very, very, very noisy and chaotic hip-hop that's, like, verging on, like, power electronics.
I mean, yeah, electronics don't work without power, but
God damn it, Win.
I get it.
God damn
I
it.
got one this stream.
Power electronics type beat.
In December,
Yeah.
go Shredney, you're still talking about the...
I was just gonna say power electronics type beat would literally just be like, you know,
Clipping.
stuff on the new Clipping album.
Yes.
Or like Come Up and Get Me by Death Grips.
Also,
you know, like that
I have to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
beat.
Don't die while I'm gone.
Fuck you, I'll do what I want.
What were you saying about Monogatari earlier?
Who?
Win. What were you saying about
I
Monogatari
just
earlier?
jokingly, when she said Monogatari, but bad, and I said so Monogatari because I'm edgy.
Oh.
And it's cool not to like Monogatari. I've only watched like 3 episodes of the first series, but and I do need to watch more.
It is.
You know, there is stuff I care about this season.
It is.
But also, I'm staring at my backlog. Plus, I want to do a Symphogear rewatch. And then I'm probably going to be watching through the stuff of other Tales of games with my friends now.
Having problems with my connection. Yeah, Monogatari is like definitely an acquired taste. Like, I can understand not like getting into it or liking it for many reasons. But yeah, I personally like it a lot. It's just like I also get why it has like there's like a hard wall of whether you're going to be into it.
What it do?
In December, I am seeing for the 30th? I think 30th. I'm bad at time. Might be 40th. Bad at decades. Anniversary of Gundam. I'm seeing Char's Counterattack in theaters
Cool.
Neat.
with Lexinator, the skeleton from the magicplanet.com.
MagicPlanet.com.
Oh my god.
And
Just
it's
kind of
and it's the sub version. So
Hello, Lexinator from the MagicPlanet.com.
I'm just thinking of like what would it be like if we were like a forum during the GeoCities period.
Gundam themed GeoCities page.
Hmm.
When you
I
go
mean-
onto it, it plays Beyond the Time from Char's Counterattack.
You guys ever seen Malo's card page?
Second,
No.
Redney?
wait a second. I need to like restart my thingamajig.
Alright. But they themed it like an old GeoCities page, and it's actually quite impressive. That's all I was going for with that.
Graphic design is quite literally their passion.
Yes, it's true.
Reminds me that I should play Subspace, but what is the name of that game?
Hypnospace Outlaw.
Hypnospace Outlaw.
I
There
should
you go.
finish that game.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, it's me.
There was a Adam Neely recently did a thing with
Well,
a bunch of other musicians involving a cover of Hello, strangely enough.
I mean, all Adele songs are at least pretty good, so
Yeah, it's like
Why
it's not
not?
one I'm super personally attached to.
not me
Although
either. I like her more up-tempo music, but
nah, I'm just think that it's kind of it feels a little like in some ways it feels at times like it's redundant given that someone like you does the same thing better.
well, I
Anyone
suppose
bring-
so.
Anyone brings up Adele, and I immediately think of the really dumb joke. Drop
Yeah.
my laptop in the ocean. It's Adele rolling in the deep.
Oh god. Well, if it's Adele, then you should because those explode.
Yeah, I had an Inspiron for like 5 years and managed to not get exploded on, so I'm pretty happy about that.
I had a Toshiba laptop, so
Actually, technically, I still have said Inspiron. It doesn't have a battery in it anymore, so I think it's pretty non-volatile.
Yeah, that's good. I have had Macs my entire life, so
my
that's
one
because
computer
you're a
just freaked
nerd.
out for a moment. If you're wondering why I went quiet,
That's okay.
oh, okay. Yeah, I've had Macs my entire life, except I do have experience using an HP.
A Hewlett Packard. I mean, the secret is that all computers running a Windows operating system are pretty similar on the user end.
all computers
Yeah.
is the same.
Well, see, I would have thought that, but like I learned the other day that Macintosh, like Mac OS stuff, doesn't have like there's no volume mixer included in
I mean,
in
it's
the
like-
default software suite.
well, there's no like centralized volume mixer. You change the volume in the programs themselves.
Yeah, but like some stuff you can't like. There's not an in-program volume control. Like, what if you need to turn your browser down or something?
What circumstance would you need to turn your browser down where there would not be an option to alter the volume within the thing that's running?
It's
in the
happened to me
browser?
more than once, and even if you can, like the audio mixer control is usually like finer, as opposed to say like the audio thing on like YouTube or whatever. It's just weird, is all.
I think I'm gonna head out now,
All right.
but I wanted
Oh,
to stop
sorry.
in since I've been
Yeah.
Okay.
missing so
Alright.
many streams.
Oh,
Have
well,
a good
it has
evening.
it has
Yeah.
been nice having you here, and hopefully you can be back next week
Yep.
or
See ya.
some. Yeah. See you.
Farewell.
Oh.
Ishkur's
But yeah, like-
Guide to Electronic Music doesn't have a volume slider. That's true. Ishkur's Guide to Electronic Music also doesn't have taste, but you know. That website is important from like a historical perspective, but man, is it obnoxious.
Yeah. It has problems.
It's very like this was written in the early 2000s.
Yeah. Although it, trying to give a viable definition of future pop to like people who would maybe care during the early 2000s is a noble mission.
Maybe.
Because like otherwise you'd have to like ask like snooty industrial fans or something, and you're not gonna get a straight answer from them.
I guess, but like most of the descriptions in the guide are not very helpful either, especially anything that's like rap adjacent.
What adjacent?
Rap
Okay.
is like the guy does not know very much about hip hop, and
I mean, fair.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
it's-
Like,
it's
mainly
just-
I remembered looking at it for stuff related to, like, you know, dance music.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's for. It's just
Like-
like
Like dance music
one-
and some other adjacent
the
stuff.
one that springs to mind is his definition of trap music, which is extremely condescending.
Like, is that seems like, is that a recent edit
Yeah,
of this?
it got updated like earlier this year.
Like, I can imagine him being really insufferable recently, but, like, I
Yes.
had read it, like, way
The-
long ago.
the-
No, I'm talking, like, I was a teenager.
I did too. I'm just saying, like, the writing style has not aged the best, and he has not changed at all, apparently.
Yeah, that's not
Created for, like,
surprising.
trance, techno, jungle, etc. Yeah, that's true. It's just, like, if you try to look at anything outside of that general purview, it stops being useful as a resource, unfortunately.
Yeah, but again, like, I guess, I mean, that's fair. But at the same time, it is worth noting that, like, that really was not what it was created for.
I know, but my question then is why did he add those parts? Like, I guess people bugging him about it, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, and possibly to attempt to contextualize certain related things.
First of all, like, I don't know anything about Ishkur, if that's even what he goes by, but, like, it just, there are parts of it that strike me as being written from a very, I like the good music and you like the bad music kind of perspective.
I mean,
In a completely, like, straight, non-jokey way.
have you encountered some British electronic music fans?
I mean, yeah, I mean, is he not one of them?
I mean, that's exactly my point.
Yeah.
It's like, this is not surprising.
There's people arguing about which specific subgenre of garage is the most real.
Exactly. Like the most insufferable people on Resident Advisor.
Hey, you know it's a really good song?
What?
21 Seconds by the So Solid Crew.
I'll look it up later.
It's like a pop garage track or whatever you'd call it. I don't know what genre it is. It's like rap dance music, but it's fun. Also, the gimmick is that everybody in the group only has 21 seconds to rap their verses, and then the one guy spends most of his complaining about how 21 seconds is not long enough.
That's pretty good.
It's really funny. Also, one of the guys in the group is named Mega Man, so that's also good.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. I know very little about the UK rap adjacent genres. Like, people have this argument all the time, like, is grime hip-hop or not? And the answer is, I don't know, because I'm not British.
Well, yeah, like, pretty much that's the consensus, actually, is, shrug?
Like, I have heard wildly different things from British people on the subject, so I think maybe there just isn't a consensus and nobody knows.
I mean, the thing is that, like, grime is influenced, like, I don't know if it necessarily is hip-hop, but it's definitely related to and has been influenced by and also influenced hip-hop.
The argument I hear against it being hip-hop is that while they sound similar, they have very different roots. So it's not...
Yeah, they kind of do. I mean, both of them come from...
people make.
Both of them come from different forms of MCing, but specifically grime is derived from reggae toasting.
Yeah. The other thing is that the rapping techniques are markedly different, because in grime, in hip hop, you land on.
I was about to say
you land on
you
the beat. You land generally on the snare. in the vast majority of rap songs.
Whereas you land on the offbeat.
You land in between the beats, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
so
a distinct.
It just sounds different. And it's also why Americans will complain about grime MCs being offbeat, even though
They're not offbeat. They're very consistent. They're just doing a different rhythmic thing.
Also, this reminds me, sometimes people will complain about instrumentals being offbeat, which is like
What?
Literally not possible
What?
definitionally, which is a fun argument to have with people.
Also, like, but yeah, like, grime. The whole thing, yeah, it's just landing on a different rhythmic emphasis. It's not
Yeah.
offbeat.
No, but like the thing about people will say instrumentals are offbeat is fun to me because that's just like
Stupid.
that's literally not a thing that can happen.
It is
because the percussion loop defines what the beat is. Well, not always the percussion loop, but you know what I mean.
But basically, they're just fucking stupid, or rather ignorant. Ignorant
Like,
is the
people
correct
don't
word.
know what syncopation is.
Willfully
I have heard people say
ignorant.
that. Yes. Yeah, like you know. I mean, even the Earl song that I linked to you earlier, like people were complaining about the instrumental being offbeat, which is not
What?
like that's
No.
just not a thing.
Also, that was cut like immaculately to the beat.
Yeah.
Like to the beat of the piece that it was. Yeah. It's also like.
Well, it's just a
Also-
looped sample. Like there's
Yeah,
literally
exactly, but
there's
it's
no
like, it
way
isn't-
there's nothing's like mismatched. That's just how it sounds.
Yeah, I know, but I'm also saying that it's like looped at a point where the musicians would resume that pattern.
I mean,
know what I mean?
admittedly, I have not listened to Trout Mask Replica, but I am having a very difficult time. Like, unless you literally just like play.
No, actually, Trout Mask Replica is would be
like if
still a
you-
counterexample because that's extremely precise.
Like, if you just
it's
do
just
something
really
like this,
rhythmically complex.
I guess that's not a beat because there's not like it's just two random hits. But like, I don't like. I think people are using are trying to convey a specific idea and not getting it across.
And also, are these the kind of people? Would they complain about Jay Dilla? Is the thing.
No.
See, exactly. Like, he intentionally used unquantized rhythms or weird polyrhythms to get across,
I mean,
like,
the
very
thing,
specific vibes.
The thing that I think people would argue is that in Jay Dilla's case, he's still using percussion. So even if you don't know anything about, like, tempo or meter at all, it still sounds like there's still, like, a kick and a snare, basically.
Yeah, but here's the thing with the Earl song, with that sort of, like, that kind of music. The thing with Arabic music is, like, even if you're complaining about the weirdness of the beat, those rhythms are actually rather precise. They're just very... Like, they use what's known as micro-rhythm, which is to say that they're inflections to the beat that are very specific, that
but that's
it's
not
not
even,
that it's off.
Like, that's not even what I mean, though.
No, but I'm just saying, it's not even that it's off. It's that it's very precise. It's always the same distance off. That's the thing. And people don't, like...
Well,
but of course, people aren't even going to get to that.
To be fair, that's not hard to do nowadays with, like, any kind of looping software. You can just, like...
Exactly.
Studio.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is probably what Earl did, because I think that song is self-produced, and
that's all.
It's literally just a loop, which doesn't detract or add to the quality, but it is what it is.
And I mean, like, that's kind of what, Dilla was doing, like, but he was doing it with much more
with an
finesse
MPC, yeah, which is a lot harder.
I mean, that is a lot harder, but he was also doing, like, more complicated stuff with it, where we would chop up these things in very fine gradations and like, contrast, like, quantized and unquantized rhythms.
How much Jay Dilla have you listened to?
Not a ton, but enough to be like, damn, this guy's good.
Because, like, a lot of his, like, a lot of his work for other people has slightly more traditional drum
Oh, yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I do know that. But, like, in terms of his, like, sort of instrumental work,
Yeah.
like, for his own satisfaction, it tends to, like, have more...
Madlib is somebody that does sort of the same thing, and
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
millions of imitators that both of those two have.
I recall seeing recalling a rhythmic transcription of Doom, I think, writing a Madlib beat, and he's doing shit like dotted septuplets in his, verses and shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, how the fuck do you...
I mean, the thing is, if you look at that from an academic perspective, and I'm not saying that it's not impressive, because it is, but it seems very, very complex. Doom is, I mean, one of the best rappers ever, but he is still just a rapper. Like, you don't need to know all of the complexities of a loop to rap on it effectively.
No, but I'm saying the way that he's rapping over it relative to the beat is he's doing stuff like mentally being able to do things like, delay the way that you say things in such a way and hold out syllables in such a way that it essentially counts out not just sevenths of a beat, but like 1.5 times that.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is like that's not,
really weird.
That's not even like a thing that people like that do deliberately in, like, they don't conceptualize it that way usually.
Well, they don't need to, but the point isn't conceptualizing it in that way. It's being able to execute on something that requires an ability to, like, mentally relate to a beat in such a way that you can just do that.
Yeah,
and that is very difficult.
All I mean is just, like, I think people tend to look at it very academically, which is not necessarily how it was.
Yeah, but, like, the thing is that, like, no, it doesn't matter if you don't have the vocabulary for it. It's the fact that you're doing it anyway. And that it is so technically complex. While, like, just making it seem like it's nothing. But
actually, it is another rapper that does a lot of weird things with his. Well, this is the thing where, like, the academic and, I guess, like, whatever the opposite of academic is, popular conceptions of music differ. Because I was gonna say another rapper that does a lot of interesting stuff like that is Gucci Mane. But what he does is actually different, and it's more, like, varying his attacks on the beat.
That doesn't surprise me.
Which is, a slightly different thing, and not as, like, rhythmically complex.
Yeah, like, I mean, but still, like, being able to, like, conceptualize that as you're doing it, even if you're not doing it in, like, these very precise terms, you're still, like, like, essentially, in a way, like, picking up on a rhythm and doing a very specific thing. You know what I mean? That, like, just doesn't... It's sort of like... It's... The whole point is that it is, like, much harder to, be quote-unquote off on purpose than people think it is.
Yeah.
Like, that's, like, to be able to control that is, like, is a skill in and of itself that I don't think a lot of people recognize.
Yeah.
And,
now,
like,
all this said, I still don't really like the instrumental to East that much.
I mean, fair enough.
It's not anything about, like, the rhythm or anything. It's just the timbre. I find it kind of annoying.
I mean, fair enough.
I don't know, like, what instrument that is, but I do
don't
not
know
find
what,
it
like,
pleasing to my
I don't know what, like, rhythmically they're talking about when they say it's offbeat.
They don't know
It's
what
like-
it means. That's all that it is to it.
But I mean, even more so, it's like, are you saying that it's like it's looping on a weird rhythm? It's
no,
not.
like what they mean, at least what I think they mean, is that Earl is not landing directly on the terminal of the loop.
That who cares?
Like he's rapping to a different rhythm than the one.
Then that doesn't mean the beat is off.
I know
that means that he's.
Yeah,
That means he's going over the bar.
yeah.
That's a thing
like,
that you do in music.
Yeah, like people just don't get that. The other thing, like the are you familiar with the Detroit style of rapping?
Not particularly. Like, who are some good examples?
The most famous guy that does it is Big Sean.
Oh yeah, you've talked about that before.
Yeah, you pile up syllables on the end of your bars instead of metering them out evenly.
Yeah.
And people always call that offbeat, but that's not what it is.
No.
Like it's frustrating. I don't even really like many of the people that do that. It's just like
who are some other guys who do that?
like TJ6 is a recent example. There's others, and I'm just not able to name them right now for some reason, because blanking is a thing that happens. But
like,
it's a very common technique for people from Detroit, which is why it's called that.
but like, actually, to what Gogo was saying about like Trap Mask Replica, I will send you a video of the composer and music professor Samuel Andreev analyzing the first song, which is only a minute and a half long, on Trap Mask Replica, talking about all the different parts in it and how they're played.
Well,
and like, it is fucking nuts.
the thing I'm always very cautious about is like knowing how something is made does not always make you appreciate it more. Like something like Trout Mask Replica is very not accessible, and I think that it's fine to not dig it.
Oh, no, it's fine to not like it. I'm just saying that it's like,
Yeah.
I just wanted to like clarify that like it's not that it's off, it's that it's actually very precise. It's just doing something really fucking weird.
Yeah.
Like, at one point there is a 7-5 relationship to what two of the guitars are doing.
I don't know what that means.
That means that for every 7 beats that one of the guitar plays, the other one is playing 5 of them.
Well, yeah,
and-
but like the thing Go is you don't have to do these things on purpose.
Well, no, the thing was that, like, but that's not taking into account the fact that all of the musicians he worked with were highly classically trained.
But
also on
what
top-
I mean is like even if they weren't, like things are still in what the meter that they are. It doesn't matter if you
Yeah.
do that or not.
But yeah, and also on top of that, it's like,
Which
that
I'm
doesn't-
actually not, and this is a funny thing for someone who makes hip hop to say.
Huh.
I'm not very good at counting out meter, so occasionally somebody will be like, "Hey, is this song in fucking like whatever time signature?" And I'll just be like, sure." I don't know.
like I mean, like the best answer to that is, where does it overall loop, and then just count from the beginning to the end, and how many
Sometimes
beats there are.
like usually I start with my drum tracks, but sometimes what I do is I'll cut a sample first and then build the drums around that, and those are always the ones where people are like, "Oh, is this in whatever time?" And the answer
Yeah, a lot of your
is maybe, because I don't know.
But also, you do stuff sometimes that's like not exactly like. Do you ever like do stuff? And I'm wondering about this, where you have like like the length of, for example, the drum loop is different from the sample loop.
Yeah, sometimes.
That's called polymeter. That
Yeah.
complicates things a lot. Because
Um,
there's no, like... There is generally an end where those things meet in terms of how long they are. But
yeah, like, generally, so, like, cutting a sample to loop in a way that sounds good and not awkward is hard. Like,
yeah.
what you kind of have to do is, if you're adding something after you've already started the song, if you're just starting the song, you can basically do whatever. But if you're adding something after you started the song, you kind of have to figure out where it lines up along your drum loops. And sometimes sometimes the answer to that is that it doesn't. So you have to like stretch it out over two or more.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a thing.
Well, there's also the whole thing of
what am I supposed to
like
do
you
now?
figure out what the like I've done this with some sampling stuff, but you figure out what the tempo of something is, and then you cut from it a particular set of measures or a particular length of it, and then you have to match the tempo of your drums to it.
Yeah.
Or whatever else you add to it.
Like, I don't know. Like, I've said this before, I have only a very loose conception of what a measure even is. Like, I understand the idea intellectually, but if you asked me to, like, tap one out for you out of a given song, I could not do it most of the time.
Like, I mean, when somebody refers to bars in hip-hop, that's literally bars of, like, a bar
I
is a
know.
measure. Yeah,
but,
I mean...
But, like, instrumentally, it's not as intuitive to me.
Okay, that's fair. Like, I mean, and sometimes it isn't as clear if there's a lot of stuff going on.
What do they want me to do? I'm just stuck in the... I have defeated the boss. What do you want from me? What the heck? Well, I guess I will just dash myself against the spikes. Because I want to play more of this game.
What more do you want from me?
Yeah. It's a little annoying, but... No, the game's a little annoying, but...
No, like... So, like, that art... I don't know if I'm quite getting the line right. That's like the opening of, Coalesce's You Can't Kill Us All. Which is an early metalcore / mathcore song. And, he's just yelling it a cappella.
Huh.
Like, the first, like, verse, or rather stanza, I guess, of the song is, like, with no instruments. And he's just... And apparently live, like, it was kind of funny, was the, sort of... The guy... You know the guy from This Exists?
No.
Like, the channel that goes over weird internet things, which hasn't updated in years. The guy who runs that is a music journalist, strangely enough, Sam Sutherland, and he was talking with another guy about, like, sort of that style of, like, sort of metallic hardcore, and it was, like, talking about seeing Coalesce live, and, like, that it's just, like, really uncomfortable to watch the beginning of that particular song, because he's just, like, yelling this into a microphone, and everyone's just dead silent, staring at him. Like, it feels really weird, because he's, like... There's some, like, this genuine freakiness to the way that he does it.
Well, yeah. Hey,
like,
did you see that ninja a second ago?
No, I did not.
Ooh, pardon me. Normally I try to mute for when I sneeze, but that one took me by surprise. I'm very sorry about that. Ugh.
I actually used a loop of a sneeze that I once accidentally caught while recording myself as the beginning of a song.
That's very Shredney.
Run through like a ton of echo.
Goodness, I slightly hurt my throat by doing that.
Oof, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, making music.
Yeah.
You listened to my last album, right?
Queen Joanna?
Yeah. It's with a soft J, but yeah.
Or Joanna?
Yeah.
Yes, I liked it a lot.
Cool. Were there any
still have-
polyrhythms in there? I don't know.
I
or weird.
The thing
meters,
is, when you transition between things, sometimes like beats, you do really weird shit when you do that.
Nah, it's all very normal music I make. Just normal music for normal people. That's why I'm very popular and sell many copies of all of my records. I uploaded an EP on Friday. That was a collection of a few songs.
Yeah,
I put
I've
out.
been meaning to get to that.
And I went to look at it today when I set it as pay what you want, and literally nobody has listened to it yet.
Oh God, that's awful.
I was like,
I'm
alright,
so sorry.
I mean, like, all the songs were available on my SoundCloud, so that's probably why. But it was just like, okay. It was a little distressing, but I don't like
that's
bugging people about that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
alright, well. But yeah, that's probably the last thing I'm going to put out this year, unless I get around to finishing my ambient album I've been working on for 300 years.
You should finish your ambient album, but I think it would be cool to like release that as like the first thing of 2020.
Maybe.
Like January 1st, 2020, because I actually dropped a track on SoundCloud. God, it was it might have been like the beginning of like last year, or I think, or earlier, like, which was, you know, like an older track that I'd never properly released, which I put some final touches on, which I was intending to put on an album, which I've not exactly canceled, but I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with, like, my ideas for it.
Canceled, like, in the Twitter sense?
No. No, that's me if people wander through my likes for too long.
Also, have you seen that that animation about the witches on Tinder?
I have not.
It's really good. My sister, she said that the youth potions are problematic.
I did see that quote, and that made me giggle.
Immoral, even.
Oh no.
Oh, thank you, Section. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to, like, guilt anybody into listening to it.
No, it's more us commiserating about, like...
Well, no, she said she bought it for $5.
No, but I'm just saying it's more like Jane and I commiserating about being at the bottom of the Bandcamp totem pole.
Yeah.
Along with people who release their acoustic guitar demos on there. And, like, people who make harsh noise wall.
Or, that one really bad COD reggae album I found on Bandcamp once.
Oh no.
I actually do remember the name of that band, but I'm not going to put them on blast because I feel like that would be mean.
You should put them on blast for their shame.
No. I'm
Okay,
not.
don't name names, but just tell me about this terrible album.
It's a bad album.
Okay.
It's not even an
Okay.
interestingly bad album. It's just
Okay,
it's reggae and it's not good reggae. That's
Okay,
the
can
end
we-
of it.
Okay, you're allowed to be bitchy about it on my server.
Okay. Well, I haven't listened to it in a long time.
But
found
if
this
you can
thing
find
like
it
years
again,
ago.
If you can find it again, you can post it to my server, and I can be bitchy about it.
Well, if I can find it again, sure.
I mean, I do feel a little evil for that, but at the same time,
I realized
Only a little.
I counted yesterday. I have 84 items on my Bandcamp page.
of stuff you've released.
Yeah,
Damn.
that's too much.
I have my my Bandcamp wish list has 1,147 last count.
That's a lot.
Different albums that I have on my wish list. It includes things that I've downloaded but I haven't bought, even though they're pay what you want, because I want to eventually pay for them.
Yeah.
And also just stuff I just want to bookmark to remember it, for later.
I believe
some stuff-
The
Yeah?
last thing I bought on Bandcamp was that Eris Drew record.
What?
Eris Drew. Raving Disco Breaks, Volume 1.
Oh yeah, that you were talking about that. Yeah.
It's good.
Oh, what was that other album you were talking about that you really liked this year?
Describe it back to me.
Crap, it's like I'm blanking on it. It was like the last time we were talking about best albums of the year, potentially. The hot take,
Bandcamp
what?
is proof that socialism would work. Alright. My favorite political philosophy, Marxism, Leninism, Bandcampism.
Oh dear fucking lord. Actually, I mean, the thing about Bandcamp is that it's like, or stuff like it, is that it is a potential argument for, like, honestly, and this is true of the internet in general, you could really use it to, it's kind of a Rorschach test for your ideology. In some respects.
Yeah, like I could easily see people arguing that Bandcamp is like proof that an unregulated market is the best too.
Like full on ANCAP.
Yeah.
Like arguments.
I think Bandcamp is proof that Bandcamp works. That's what I think.
I mean, yeah, but you could also argue that it's like, an argument for various anarcho-ish systems, various regulated, like market systems, whether or not they are capitalist per se, socialism, various things, because of like the nature of the model being a little ambiguous in certain respects.
I know things about Bandcamp that people who do not regularly release music on it do not know.
Like what?
If you get a bunch of sales on the same album in the same day, they deliberately stagger your payments so they can take a larger chunk of your money. Which, like, for someone like yours truly, that's a difference of like maybe $3. But it's still a little annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, if there's a human controlling that, or if it's like an algorithm that's set up that way.
Probably an algorithm.
I have noticed it, and it bothers me.
It's probably an algorithm.
Like, if someone buys, like, 4 of my albums on the same day for $5 each, normally they would take a percentage of that and I'd get like $18-ish. but they will stagger it to be 2 payments at $10, and I will get about like 16 or 17 total instead.
Hmm.
It's a weird system.
What did Gogo say?
I will read it when I'm not being bombarded to death. Read some articles about small artist earnings, and even though those articles often talk negatively about Bandcamp freeloader statistics, the articles usually then say that small artists made the most amount of money on Bandcamp. Like overall, I can buy that. I don't think that's really an argument for anything beyond Bandcamp being good for small artists, though.
I mean, yeah, like, it's...
Like, don't get me wrong, I am annoyed by a couple of their practices, but I'd still rather be dealing with Bandcamp than, like, DatPiff or something.
Yeah, or, like... Or, you know...
Fucking any
like
streaming service. Like,
Spotify primarily.
yeah.
Like, you know, I'd, you know, like... Apple Music and Tidal seem marginally less dreadful.
Well, I mean, if you're me and you make music out of samples, there's no way. Like,
but if you're, you know, doing a lot of sampling stuff, then that's like just a totally different ball game.
Like, it's the same reason that like Jansport J doesn't upload his stuff to Spotify. It's just like there's no point in even bothering.
Yeah, or vaporwave artists.
Some vaporwave gets on streaming services, but I think that's because like the labels actually clear the sample, which is insanity. Yeah. But you know, whatever.
I mean, it may be insanity, but you know, this is something joke Sparta joke.
Really makes me think.
Memes.
Google
which is appropriate because
Vaporwave and Napster are the biggest payers. I like that makes sense, but I feel like the difference probably only matters particular much if you're a big artist to begin with.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean, but
like
at the
most
same time,
people just put their stuff on all major streaming platforms.
But like, if you're making, you know, non-sample-based music, then, you know, Tidal probably is a reasonably good option. But then you can...
No, if Tidal, I think Tidal's the hardest of the three to get on.
I mean, but if you're using, like, some kind of thing like, you know, God, what is it, DistroKid or something? Yeah, stuff like that?
DistroKid and TuneCore are the big ones.
Then you can... Then, you know, getting on Tidal becomes a lot simpler.
I don't think so. I think Tidal only, Tidal is notable for, like, only talking to labels, I'm pretty sure.
No, actually, like, you can get your stuff on there if you are operating through certain distribution people.
I think you're thinking of Spotify and Apple.
No, you can get things on Spotify and Apple as well, but there are smaller numbers of things that you can get things on, say, Tidal or... there are other streaming services, but, you know. Like, is Napster still a going concern?
In Europe, they're more popular, I believe. They are a streaming platform now. It has, like, no relation to how it used to be. I don't think it's even owned by the same people. I think it's just the same name, basically.
Probably not. Yeah.
I don't even know where you go if you want to torrent music these days.
There are, well, unfortunately, Wet CD got totally shit-canned, which...
yeah, but even before then, you had to, like, apply to join Wet CD.
Oh, yeah, you have to apply to a lot of places, and there, too.
It's just not worth the effort.
Like, yeah, it's, like, it is too rigorous a process for the likes of me.
Some places even require you to pay money, which, like, at that point, why would you not just get, like, a Spotify subscription? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, that's kind of bullshit. Actually massively bullshit, and probably illegal.
Oh, like, super illegal. Doing it
like,
even for free is super illegal.
No, I'm saying, like, even more illegal than having a massive torrent library.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's actually, you're making money from that. That's kind of sleazy. Like, if like, for example, what CD did was they would often, like, they would, like, if there were artists on What CD who, like, there were artists on What CD who would release their stuff for free through torrents and things, but they would also do things like sell compilations and stuff for upkeep and server maintenance purposes.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what
People,
these places always say that they're using the money for. I don't know if I necessarily
like in this
buy
in
it.
this case, it was like because like maintaining, high security servers in France, which when they got raided, they completely blanked. Was that it's not cheap.
Remember
But
when
at
the
the same
guy
time,
that owned Nia shut it down because Marine Le Pen didn't get elected in France?
what?
That's why did you not hear about this?
No.
So the reason that he gave publicly was like, copyright laws in the EU were tighter now. But then I guess some people who knew him were like, he basically went like full survivalist after Le Pen lost the election. And that was the actual reason, or like the two reasons were related.
So he went full like far right nut job.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Just a weird story. I don't know who owns the current incarnation of Nia. I don't think it's like at all related to the old one. Somebody just took the name because it's not like he copyrighted it.
But I mean,
yeah.
like,
that's what happened there.
Yeah. Like, it's weird that like there are like nutty right-wing anime fans. It's not just an American thing.
No, it's. I have made this observation before. Actually, you know what? I need to go to the bathroom quick. Let me do that, and then.
I also do.
Shredney! I swear you wait. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Let me put up the BRB banner actually, so people don't. If people arrive, they're not confused as to what we're doing. Be right back.
Hello? Making you uncomfortable by sharing my bits with you. Oh my fucking god. Hello. Hello.
I am back.
Hello.
Let's see here. A lot of anime is super hardcore military themes. There is certainly a kind of anime that is like that. Well, for one thing, I would say that stuff about, like, chosen hero narratives is, like, way too broad to be any specific political context inherently.
Yeah. Yeah.
The military stuff, there is definitely, like, I think
Yeah.
what causes that specifically is like, it definitely has origins in nationalist rhetoric. I think the reason it is as common as it is more of an unexamined bias than anything deliberate. And I think a lot of, like, left-leaning anime fans are guilty of kinda buying into the whole, Japanophobic, like, thing where we assume that people can't think for themselves. Like,
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't think that's a deliberate reaction, but, like, you know, like, the terminology I see thrown around. The only tankies I know are anime fans. I mean, I know of plenty of tankies who are extremely anti-anime, because there's kind of a, I don't want to use the term horseshoe theory, but there's, like, a fascist reminiscent thing that some authcoms do, where they will describe media they consider counter-revolutionary as degenerate. Yeah. In fact, when the Kyoani fire happened, there was a screen cap going around of some asshole who I guess is popular in tanky circles, like, celebrating because the anime studio got its building burned down, which is just obviously, like, fucking horrible. But, you know. But, what I was gonna say, like, I think that some anime is definitely guilty of either actually having nationalist themes. Obviously, there's stuff like fucking Gate.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Somewhat infamously, Attack on Titan. There's that whole there's that whole essay about, like, how you can easily read Gunbuster as being an endorsement of Japanese imperialism. If it was intended that way or not, I don't know. But
yeah, I mean, there's also, like, a particularly notorious example would be Angel Cop.
Oh, I don't know that one, I don't think.
It was a
the OVA.
Yeah, back
80s.
in the day.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, like, the worst of Ichiro Itano and Shoaikawa's writing merging into this horrible homogenous mass of, like, blatant racism, nationalism, and gun fetishism.
Like that whole, like, that's the one with, like, the whole weird subplot about, like, a Jewish cabal controlling the United States or something. Right?
Yes, there is,
I've
indeed.
heard of that.
It's real weird. And also both of them are but especially Shoikawa is deeply embarrassed about it. Like,
But
he's like, I really, like, especially now, I don't think that way, and I was buying into, like, some real rank bullshit at the time,
yeah,
and thought I was being edgy.
Yeah, like, I would actually argue to that point that anime was at one point, like, in the 70s and 80s, was a lot more right leaning in
Yeah.
in like zeitgeist than it is right now. I think most anime that comes out now, with the exception of the whole Naruto thing, I think that a lot of anime that comes out now is either, you know, it's just not politically concerned, which isn't to say that it's apolitical, because there's that whole thing about.
There's no such thing as a truly apolitical.
I mean, yeah, like you can look at it one of two ways: either everything is political or nothing is political. But anyway, like, it's either not politically concerned in general, or it is very obviously intended to be read with like a moderate to extreme, depending on the specific show, leftist bent.
Yeah, like anywhere from like left liberal to like there are some that where it's decidedly like even veering into like outright anti-capitalist rhetoric.
Yeah, it goes from like
it goes from moderate to moderately left-ish to decidedly left-wing.
There's a spectrum of, like, I think that Shinzo Abe is a bad prime minister, to the Japanese Red Army were good, actually.
What is that? Well, what anime would demonstrate that?
I don't know, now that I think about it, but it just seemed like a good way to phrase the far end of the spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah.
I know it's out there. I don't know if there's any that I've seen myself.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there's the Japanese left was really fucking out there during the 70s.
There were times, which I think fueled some of the backlash. Not to imply that they're responsible, because that's not how that works.
Oh no, but it's like
Abe is a fascist. Yeah, I don't
yeah,
dispute that.
Like, he's definitely in.
Technically is a monarchist, but those things are not mutually exclusive.
And also, I mean, like, you could argue that he's might be a different flavor of, like, corporatist authoritarian, but
yeah, I mean, like
but that's
we're splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah, and also, like, if you're defining, you know, fascism as palingenetic ultranationalism, then he definitely has that bent.
Sorry, what the fuck does palingenetic mean?
Palingenetic means the belief in sort of a collective rebirth.
Oh, okay, that whole thing. All right.
Palingenesis. It also can refer to, it's used in reference to, for example, apocalypse, quite often.
Sure.
But it tends to imply specifically rebirth through fire. You know, rising from the ashes of the old.
The whole, we have to take back our lost empire rhetoric.
Yeah, exactly. The whole returning to a mythic golden age thing.
A favorite topic of Hitler, among other
yeah, Mussolini with his whole Roman Empire thing.
But getting back to the anime conversation, like, I feel like there's two different kinds of right-leaning anime fan. There are people who are actually Japanese, who identify with those strains of ideology in like mecha anime and stuff like Attack on Titan. And those people tend to be associated with Sakura News, which is the Japanese alt-right, and that is like occupies kind of a weird place in Japanese society, because as you may know, Japan is a nation that has had a conservative-controlled government for quite some time.
Yeah.
So there is not really the same kind of, from that ideology's perspective, there is not really that same kind of need for an alt-right. So there's sort of like this weird side growth of Japanese nationalism that nobody really respects very much, to my understanding.
Yeah.
Like, even other conservatives don't really like them. But
and Abe, while he has a lot of the same views, like that wing of the LDP has a lot of the same views. They are embarrassed by them because they don't see them as respectable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like the whole respectability thing.
Whereas the
other
Japanese
thing I was gonna
alt-right
get
doesn't
at,
care about respectability.
Yeah, the thing I was gonna get at is that like anime is still. People are always surprised by this for some reason, but anime is still kind of seen as like not a thing adults should care about in Japan. So in order to be far right and Japanese and an anime fan, you kind of have to have some level of cognitive dissonance going on. Which is not unusual for far right-leaning people, but you know, it's a specific kind of person that would turn to that. English, or not even English speaking, but like non-Japanese right-leaning anime fans tend to see, in my opinion, the medium as something that is. We're all familiar with this whole thing, I think, where people will be like, oh, the SJWs, they make everything political nowadays. And they will describe, like, any inroads toward plurality in any medium as being making things political, quote-unquote. We are all familiar with that, yeah. I think Western right-leaning anime fans have this kind of Fantasyland image of Japan as a place where, like, oh, nothing's political, everybody can just do whatever they want. And they see anime, the entire medium, as, like, a safe, apolitical thing that they can just
It's their safe space. Yeah,
they can just kind of tune into when they're bored. And that's also, I think, where a lot of the kind of, like, weird, half-jokey tone that, anime fans of that bent take comes from. Like, the whole, ooh, anime is trash, and so am I. That whole
but then again, anime is trash, and so am I is not inherently, like, a right-wing joke.
Like, Giga, I think, is a decent guy, even though I don't like basically any of his opinions on anime.
Yeah, it's just, like...
But, like, that's only barely relevant. It's kind of been, like, that whole mentality, what I mean.
Yeah, like that, buying into that meme is, like, it really is kind of, like, it does feel like, I mean, part of it, there is a small part of it with, like, the ones who really are, like, full-on, like, you know, hard-line far-right people. Like, there are...
What I am getting at is not that the joke itself is a problem.
No,
what
not
I
at all.
like, you know, jokes are jokes. Hold on, I've been pinged. It's just Cam. He's probably sending me memes. Okay, that's taken care of. Like, there's people who say that like as a self-effacing joke, and that's fine. There's also people who like completely buy into that and think that calling things that they like trash exempts any criticism of it. And that is kind of what I'm talking about. You'll see people be like, oh, it's only an anime, why are you taking it so seriously? That kind of thing.
There's also, but I was also going to say, there's an element on, like, the true far-right people of, like, there is this whole weird thing with the far-right of, like, with white supremacist types of, like, that they'll make an exemption for certain East Asian cultures, and usually it's Japan.
Well, yeah.
Like, as being the superior race. And that's, like, a whole thing. Like, weird Japanophilia
that's good old-fashioned Orientalism.
Yeah, like,
I don't know
exactly
what
like
the
Soros said.
overlap... I'm sure there's some. I don't know what the overlap is there between people who are like that and people who are anime fans. I am sure that there is some.
It's small but pronounced.
Yeah, again, like Hitler literally worked with the Japanese Empire.
Yeah, exactly. There's that
thing.
But I mean, it's been a thing even before that alliance. There was that, a certain overlap between, like, a certain kind of Orientalist bent that glorifies the orderliness and perceived authoritarian bent of Japanese society, and to a lesser extent Chinese society, and say Thai society as being
like
ideal.
The argument they will make is that like East Asian people are pale skinned, which is only true like a third of the time anyway, but when if facts ever mattered to right wing people.
But it's not even just that. It's like the whole.
No, but like what I mean is like if pressed, that is the excuse they will give.
Well, they'll also give the whole quote unquote like claiming like those dubious things about IQ.
Yes,
they'll do weird cultural fetishist things.
But like the point of like. The specific kind of alt-righter that also is an anime fan, I think, tends to take the jokey tack more than anything.
Yeah. More than like the full-on.
It's a refusal to engage seriously with the medium because then they would have to, understand that most people who make anime probably wouldn't like them for one reason or another.
Yeah, like.
It's you could if you wanted to be extremely cynical. Hello, Lexi. Make the same argument about like LGBT people, but again, for one thing, I think that's overly cynical. I think Japanese homophobia it's a problem, obviously, but I do not think that it is significantly more present a cultural force there than it is in many countries.
Yeah, it's like the thing about Japan and homophobia was it's different because culturally there isn't the same kind of stigma. Like, for example, homosexuality was not outlawed in Japan until influence from Western countries made them impose those laws. And then they flipped them back, only a couple years later.
Cares more about abnormality. I've heard that, and there might be... I feel like there's, a grain of truth there, but,
Yeah, basically, one of the whole things with the samurai was that if... they would often have male lovers, but it was always about us... there were a lot of restrictions in terms of status things and... very particular perceptions of masculinity, femininity, and so forth, which don't necessarily
stuff like that was pretty common in many cultures.
Yeah,
People
exactly.
will occasionally use the term pseudo-homosexuality.
That's
but
that's
just
kind of
all I wanted to get at is just Japanese society is more complicated than what its most conservative elements believe, which is
Exactly,
true
and-
of anywhere on Earth. But for whatever reason, I think just because it's such a pop cult, like the pop culture gets exported to such a degree, I think Japan gets scrutinized for that a lot more than many other countries.
Mhm.
And not to
And
say that homophobia in Japanese media is not a problem when it does happen, because it is. I'm obviously
Yeah.
not trying to excuse any actual examples. It's just like, I think people tend to go... Like they tend to sort of refer to a not quite a stereotype, but a simplified view of how Japan actually is. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, on top of that, there's definitely a, what is it called? How do I put this? It's like, one of the interesting kind of things, which opens Japan up to scrutiny, but actually is kind of like, it's like it is a double-edged sword, is the fact that the Japanese in pop culture, because of the thing I mentioned, like they're often more willing to acknowledge that gay people exist, which doesn't mean they're always represented well. And that's like, and at least until recently, like, there's, either a tacit acknowledgement or like occasionally an outright acknowledgement. And sometimes it's like even in older media, and sometimes it's done well, sometimes it's not, but it's like, it's definitely there in a way that like in something from the 90s you'll see it, and it's like
the example my mind always goes to is the one time that there was just a trans woman as a B-plot character in Dirty Pair.
Yeah, and
which
also
I think is fairly well known at this point, but I'm not sure. Like,
yeah, and like the two of the Sailor Senshi and Sailor Moon were like blatantly a couple.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, stuff like that. It's just stuff like that is just kind of a background element there that is handled either better or worse depending.
Yeah.
Whereas,
which is also true of American media. So
yeah,
like,
but it's become more of that recently in
like,
American media.
like
whereas
the,
whereas for a long time Americans wouldn't touch that stuff in mainstream media.
I think there was a period when that was very true, especially because of like the Cold War and stuff like that. Everybody
it was
wanted
very
to be
think of the children.
Yeah, very gung ho about traditional American culture, which is even more of a farce and obvious false composition than traditional culture in most places. But like it's just well, yeah, to be fair, homosexuality did come up in American media, just like never in an even remotely positive way. But to get back to the original subject, just like my main point was, I think that these people are fans of anime because they consider it a toy, basically. Like, it's not something to be seriously considered in the same way as like books or movies or music or like
if
that.
if it is, then it's only like conditionally and in the way that they want it to be considered. That's the same thing with like right-wing video game fans.
Yeah,
is like,
actually, yes, that is a perfect compare. There's a lot of the same people, but
exactly.
Yeah, it is exactly how it is.
It's basically like, it doesn't matter unless somebody, it's like if somebody criticizes something, it's either like, take your politics out of it, like unless
they're my politics.
Unless they're my politics, and then they aren't politics because my politics aren't politics.
It's like this weird circular self-contradiction.
Oh, and then there's also the whole thing of I want games to be taken seriously, or I want anime to be taken seriously, and then they're criticized for
but
things.
only within a very narrow specific paradigm.
Oh, it's just a cartoon, man. It's just a game, man.
Anime fans specifically, these tend to be people whose favorite anime is like fucking Attack on Titan or something.
Yeah.
Not universally, but and I'm not saying that having bad taste makes you a fascist, because that's not true either. But
and also, there are plenty of people who like Attack on Titan who are not right-wing at all.
Daruznik likes Attack on Titan. He's a good friend of ours. But
yes,
Attack on Titan until certain recent developments. But I think most people have gotten off the boat at this point with that show.
I've just never cared about it. I didn't like the visual style.
It's Channer culture. I think Channer culture is part of where it comes from. I think at this point it's grown larger than 4chan itself, unfortunately.
Yeah, and also, as I said, that whole... but, Channer culture is, it is, at least the kind of Channer culture that is spread outside of the Chans. And also it's connected to, in its own weird way, to, something awful culture.
Yeah, the two members of the Evil Council. Pixar, it didn't happen. I think that's more of a general image board thing. People forget that there are...
And also Reddit.
There were other image boards before 4chan became the fucking... plague.
4chan was a direct homage to 2chan.
Yes, well... 2chan, as they call it sometimes. Hey, is that a joke? I just realized that.
Yeah.
Because,
well, it might be. I mean, Oni-chan.
Yeah.
It could be, but it's but it's also, its Futuba channel is actually originally what it's short for, but there's, I think it has to do with some kind of kanji joke that it's 2chan.
Yeah,
ni, but sense. It's short for, Futuba. But yeah, apparently 2chan actually has some of the same problems. There are, especially with their video game boards and stuff, that there are people who are the same kind of American assholes. Although it's not necessarily to the same degree, it's there.
I have heard that 2channel has gotten significantly worse, ironically, since it was bought by a social media company that I forget the name of.
Okay.
Weirdly enough, but I don't know how accurate that is.
Anyway, I need to quickly run. I will be back in a sec.
All right. I sometimes feel guilty for being into MLB because it started on B. Well, I'm gonna clue you in on a secret, which is that where MLP actually started was the studio that it was animated at.
and also before
Tradney,
that,
go to the bathroom.
Hasbro, a toy company. I'm not going to the bathroom. I have other stuff to attend to.
Don't die.
Quickly. I'll be fine.
Don't die though. But my point being, feeling bad about liking that show in the first place is silly. If you're going to feel bad about it, liking it because other people who are bad like it is a sillier reason even. My Little Pony, Apocalypse Pony, punishing mankind for their sins. Thank you, that's a Robot Chicken sketch that always gets stuck in my head for some reason when people talk about My Little Pony. I don't even like Robot Chicken. I think it's largely not very funny. At least it's not just me. Laugha Munich? Is that the name of the studio or something? Because that's a terrible name. Oh, I see. I understand. Okay. thought maybe it was, like, based in... That doesn't make any sense. It's an American cartoon. Never mind. I don't know what Robot Chicken was going for. I think they wanted to be, like, Saturday Night Live, but for cartoons. But that's not really... I mean, for one thing, Saturday Night Live isn't that good. For another thing, it's just, like, not... I just don't know if that's a winning formula, you know? Laugh-In was a rapid-fire and extremely weird sketch show. I'm not familiar with it, but, you know. Maybe that is what they were going for. It's from the 60s? I think that's the 6. The font on this computer is occasionally a little bit difficult to read. Boxy. Who was that? That's pretty funny about the Nixon campaign thing. It's a B thing. You know, I don't mean to criticize anybody who was part of that community because, like, you know, people try to find places to fit in different ways. But, like, I'm very glad that I was never part of the whole 4chan thing. I think I've been to 4chan, like, maybe 4 or 5 times total in my entire life. And it was always because somebody I knew was like, hey, look at this thing. And people will try occasionally to, like, justify it to me. Like, you know, they got good stuff sometimes. And I don't dispute that. I think that that is probably, like, completely true. But you weren't part of that community? That's fine. I'm just talking generally at this point. But, like, I think that having good stuff is not, like, in itself a reason to be in a community, which is something that I only learned after, we'll call it a lot of trial and error. But, like, I have come to value more, like, just hanging out with good people, which I think is a thing that I've gotten pretty down with Magic Planet. It's not the most active place on the internet, but, you know, whatever. Oh, that Boxy. I didn't even make the connection. Literally all I know about that lady is that one picture of her that everybody has seen. I don't think I know a single other thing about her. Where she's, like, waving into the camera. You know the one. DMP is plenty active. It is, by my standards, but it is not active by, like, general large Discord server standards. Because I'm in some other servers that get posted in, like, easily twice as much. But it's not really it's not, I try not to worry about it. Anytime I feel like activity is down, I panic a little bit, but that's just kind of me being myself. What is this? Oh. Well, that's not super useful, unfortunately, but oh well. Pretty active compared to its size? That might be true. Also, Gogo, you've got so many little badges next to your name now. You're like a friggin' decorated war veteran over here. What is this? Oh, it's a barnacle. I haven't had one of these in a while. Also, I probably should have turned the Pumpkinhead mod off, even though it is no longer October, but, you know. Hello, Shredney.
Hello?
Hi. Are you dead?
I'm not, no.
Good.
At least not that I know of.
Wow. Philosophical.
Yeah. Like, oh. I was just kind of thinking of something kind of odd. Like,
Wow.
which was, like, something that, like,
Yes.
I recall, that, a conversation that Millie once had with a former Channer from very early in the lifespan of 4chan, and they were talking about, like, kind of the tonal shift that happened following the whole Scientology thing.
Mm-hmm.
And how, like, previously it was like there was sort of, you know, like, if you're going to mess with people, it's entirely on your own time, and it's not, like, supposed to be a thing or a statement. It's just like, oh, look, I'm annoying some people on the internet, or, you know, like, giving something awful hard time.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. But that
Unknoble
the
goal,
whole
if ever there was
weird moral crusader thing, like, it was really, like, whatever you think of, you know, like, for as horrible a target as Scientology were, and, like, deserving of a lot of the shit, like, the problem was it attracted people who wanted to use, like, this sort of moral crusader thing as an excuse to be sadistic.
Yeah,
And that it
like...
really poisoned, like, the atmosphere there in a way that it went from being, like... They were still assholes, but they were playfully so, to shady.
The impression I have gotten over the years is that that whole, like... Gosh, what would I even call it? Like, that whole... mentality is like people who are ideologues of a kind of very malformed nihilism where you're just like nothing actually means anything, therefore I'm going to be a gigantic asshole to everyone.
Exactly.
Like, and these are also the people who are always like, it's just the internet, why do you care what I say, and that kind of thing.
But they don't, but the thing is that they don't actually believe that.
No, of course not. It's just like, any ideology is only useful insofar as it is an excuse to upset other people.
Yeah, and I mean...
The mentality going on there.
Like, it's... Like, and also having, like, read stuff of people who are, like, former trolls and things, is, like, that sort of, the way of looking at things of that, you know, like, supposedly nothing really matters, but it's, like, it often comes out of, like, very genuine anger for circumstances around them. They're, like, people who come from, like, really fucking dark circumstances, like, people with serious issues with depression, abusive households and shit.
I mean...
You know, poverty.
Here's the thing.
And they fucking snap. And it becomes... And people who want to use them to, you know, be their attack dogs find it very easy to do so.
I think... I don't want to just be like, I don't think being raised in a shitty environment gives you a license to do whatever.
I don't...
But,
yeah, no, I don't think it does.
Like, I also do think that, like, I was not raised in what I would characterize as an abusive household by any stretch of the imagination. But I was not, like, a properly tended to
Yeah.
child. And I, like a lot of people, looked for attention on the internet. I feel like the thing that I have, and I guess this is a privilege in a way, is like I happened to fall in with a crowd of people who were, if not good, like all of them good, at least not awful. Like, as bad as most of the as some of the people on like TV tropes could be, very few of them were what I would characterize as like abusive to people. There were a couple, but not the majority. Even like the actual assholes there were not that kind of bad.
They were just kind of assholes or weird. You know, like what do I even do with this person? Like, but that's you know, usually
Why are you
doable.
asking me to kick you, Lexi? If you want to go, I'm not gonna freaking hold you hostage here. But like, just like, I don't know. I guess my good fortune was like, I happened to go to a place where that was like not a breeding ground for the sort of predatory people who want everybody to be their attack dogs, I guess.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I don't know. Like, I know plenty of people who were like, I used to go on 4chan and now I regret that. And you know, we all do shitty stuff when we're kids.
Yeah.
I guess the thing with 4chan is I just sort of don't understand who it was for. Like, that thing I described earlier where everybody seems to only believe anything to the point that they can inconvenience other people with it, sort of seemed like the dominant ideology of the site. And I just don't know why people would want to be around that. Like, even if you were from a genuinely fucking terrible situation, I don't see why you wouldn't go to, like, almost anywhere else. Like, even something awful.
Yeah, the thing about 4chan is that it was directly spawned from something awful. Like, you gotta remember that.
I'm aware. I just sort of, like, don't get what 4chan offered, I suppose.
Like, also, the thing is that, like, something awful, like, definitely had the sort of insincere, kind of, like, ultra-ironic thing going on. You know, like, being edgy to, like, fuck with people thing.
Yes.
Like, before. Like, you know, and, like, you know, like, it's kind of funny was, like, that, like, some of the people who went on to, you know, become some of, like, the really early posters on 4chan were not necessarily the worst people on something awful. Like, some of those stuck around.
I don't know.
You know?
Maybe, like, I have only been on each site a handful of times, except for the very brief amount of time when I learned something awful for a couple weeks. And
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it's just that the thing that Lexi is referring to, the whole, like, life is pain and the only joy is other people suffering. Shit. Maybe that just moved to 4chan before I showed up there, and that's why I think it depends. Slightly better.
Something awful, and also 4chan are highly, like, balkanized. Like, individual boards
do
not interact with each other.
People say this, and I kind of don't believe it. Like,
well, no,
maybe,
but it's also,
like, maybe
but
to
I will
a
say
point,
there
but...
is, Well, I will say that there is usually, like with both of them, to a certain degree, an overarching culture.
Yeah.
But with 4chan, it's a little more diffuse, except for some of the major boards, from what I can tell.
I guess. I mean, there's like
Whereas-
fucking wallpaper boards and stuff where like I feel like
Yeah,
the main
exactly.
reason because that people aren't shitty there
Yeah,
is
exactly.
because there's no discussion, which like there's no
Well,
there's
there
no
is discussion.
avenue, really.
Well, there is discussion. It's just like very limited, and it's like people with hyper-specific interests who just want to interact
Yeah.
with people over those hyper-specific interests.
I mean, like, I get where you're coming from, Go-Go. It's Something Awful also had, like, the first large transgender community on the internet, which is a thing that I don't think people remember anymore.
Yeah,
But, like,
but there were also parts of Something Awful that were
island in the sea is
Mhm.
going to eventually get swallowed up by the overall like site monoculture.
yeah.
And to my knowledge, that is what happened on Something Awful, and is what happened to most of the quote-unquote good 4chan boards too.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
it only lasts for so long before they get driven out by one thing or another.
yeah, and it's also like just that like 4chan's culture is weirder because it's like the whole anonymity thing is a huge part of the entire ethos.
Yeah.
And like the idea that you are basically like the idea, at least so far as I can tell from people who have used it and trying to understand the appeal, is basically the point isn't that you're arguing with another person, it is that you are, engaging with an idea or a post theoretically in a vacuum.
See, the thing, and I guess the people who leave eventually realize this. The thing though is that you're not, because like
And then that's the
there's
thing.
no
It's
such
like-
thing as an argument as an idea in a vacuum.
Yeah, it's basically it has. Yeah, it's like you have to engage with it with a degree of detachment, which is very hard to maintain.
Also, like unhealthy
Yeah.
is the other thing that is. All right.
Yeah, like whether or not it's unhealthy, it's just very. It's still, regardless, either way.
Yeah.
Like you can't keep that up 24/7 unless you are a deeply unhealthy person.
Yeah.
And that's why
Also,
most.
I am only saying yeah this much because I'm trying to transition to telling you guys that I need to use the restroom again. I'm gonna be right back.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Burb.
Ow. 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 Word of advice, never pull something in your arm, it is bad. Hello.
I'm back.
Hello.
Some people say Twitter has shitty people. Yeah, sorry. Like, we did the thing we occasionally do where we just talk about internet history for however long. I think it's an interesting subject, but I understand it's not what everybody wants to listen to when they tune into my streams.
One thing I will say in favor of TV tropes was it was a way friendlier environment if you were not straight and not cis than a lot of other places on the internet.
Yeah.
Especially
there were still assholes there. You and I
mean,
disagree on this person. We won't name names because that's too inside baseball. But we've had disagreements over specifically who qualifies as an asshole. But like,
go for it.
Other than those things, I think we can pretty strongly agree that like there were a couple people there who were genuinely predatory and should have been stopped. But not nearly as many as you'd run into on an image board, which is probably like the very definition of damning with faint praise. But
yeah,
like,
but at the same time, it's like
that is worth something in like a pre-Discord server era where you couldn't just make a private club for you and your friends.
Yeah, exactly. Or you could, but it would be very
Much
difficult.
Harder. Yeah.
Like,
a fucking IRC room.
Yeah, IRC, or like, the Heap kinda was that, but,
What was?
Heapers Hangout kinda was that.
Yes.
Like, small forums with, private sections, or even just entirely private forums, you can do that. It's just more difficult.
Yeah, and somebody has to pay the server hosting fee. Is generally the thing. There.
Exactly, yeah.
But, like, I don't know. I'm just lucky I got, like, one of the half-decent larger internet communities.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would quite call myself a nice person, but I think I'm at least generally pretty good about not being extremely mean to people for no reason. And
yeah.
I know, like, again, I'm not going to name anyone in particular, both because it would be rude and because it's too inside baseball, but I know people who struggle with that. Like, they were part of that whole, like, 4chan essay online culture where the way that you bonded with people was you were assholes around each other. And consequently kind of struggle a little bit with having more, like, sincere and normal human connections, which I think is very sad. Like, that's not those people's fault. If you're, like, 12, you're not gonna know where online is a good place to go, because you're 12. But, being an asshole was the in thing in the naughty's internet. To a point, like, partly, I don't think that's entirely gone away. Like...
And also, I don't think it was 100% true.
Yeah,
like,
honestly,
there's
where you could go to
some stuff that was, like, honestly less mean-spirited than it is now.
It depends on where you're looking. I think the overall internet zeitgeist has gotten a lot less tolerant of just people being fucking stupid and mean to each other for no actual reason.
But it's also, like, well, I think...
The problem is now, I think, is when people are mean to each other for no reason because of the reason, like, because of the very same factors that have made it that way. It is easier to dress up that spite and
shittiness
as being somehow justified.
Yeah, exactly. Or, like, find excuses to come at somebody.
Yeah, that's what I meant, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. And I find that, disturbing to me, because it's like, it's sometimes, that almost makes it harder in a way to find secret little nooks of, reasonable people.
I have aired this concern before. You occasionally, you really think you know somebody, and then they turn out to suck. Here's a name I'm not shy about naming. Fucking the Heartbeat fan community back when that game was new, and mind you, this is stuff that only happened like 6 months ago.
Oh yeah, that got weird and nasty.
Yeah, well, what happened is the developer turned out to be hugely transphobic, and none of us knew that at the time. I've spoken to Shevel. I thought she was cool. She was not, and that sucks. And
yeah, and it's and that's apparently been the case with including people involved in the project.
I think I forget his Pringle, I think is what he goes by. The soundtrack guy, I think, was kind of taken by surprise too.
Oh yeah, he was, or she. I think
I don't remember. I never talked to them very much, so
they were they were pissed when they heard about some of this stuff.
It's the sort of thing where my understanding is that the way that she and people on her side try to phrase it is we made the fan community weird by virtue of, in their view, trying to make liking the game a trans thing, I guess, is what they think.
Which is absurd.
We were doing.
Clearly she's fucking projecting some weird shit that she has to deal with.
The shitty thing is that is a thing that people who already agree with that kind of rhetoric on some level think is reasonable.
Yeah.
Which is the part that actually sucks. Just backpedaling through the backlash. I don't know, maybe. But I think the unfortunate reality is that on some level she probably actually believes that's true. Which is just extremely depressing. But, hey, video games.
It's just, I don't know. I've seen some, I saw the infamous chat logs.
I actually have not.
Don't read them.
This was all stuff that was known to me long before the general story broke. Apparently somebody leaked it to game journalism outlets. And
no, this was somebody who actually had a conversation with her and was I am so pissed about this.
Well, no. The chat log, the other person in the chat log, yeah. But somebody else, I guess, took it to games journalism outlet, was it Kotaku? Some big-ish at least,
oh dear.
place picked it up. I forget where, but it is, I don't know, another thing, way to shoot yourself in the foot, because I believe that whole incident totally stalled work on what was going to be the second game in the franchise, and that's probably, I imagine, not coming out now. So, even if they were thinking from a purely selfish point of view, it seems like a very silly thing to do. But what the fuck do I know? The brotherest of brother moments. Yeah, to be clear, and if this whole conversation is bothering anybody, I do apologize. But like, I'm genuinely over it as far as feeling bad. I'm just kind of vaguely pissed off about it when I think about it.
Yeah.
I liked that game. It was
Yeah.
like
I've
one
heard
of
it was good.
one of the few JRPGs I've ever played that I thought was really good, but
Yeah.
certainly not
like,
going back to it anytime soon.
Yeah, it's like it sucks. It's like I think I think I would be less pissed off about it if it was if it weren't a well, I'd still be pissed off about it, like, because some of this stuff is just like but like, but in a way it feels more like a kind of like sharp jab in the side, because it's like, knew like I knew a lot of people who really liked it, most of whom being my friends, because of the kind of circle of friends I have, being trans lesbians.
Yeah.
And like I think Millie played it and really, really
Yeah,
liked it.
which
Like
Millie's
bunch
not
of
like a huge gamer, so that's
yeah, and it's like
Yeah.
she adored it. And like a few other people, and it was like and it's just like I feel really bad about like just that being taken away from you guys in that way, and yet also that I feel weird. It's like, because I wanted to eventually get around to playing it, and now I'm like not comfortable supporting this person at all.
Like, I'm not gonna blow smoke up anybody's ass. It was a good game. I don't think there are any games that are that good. Like,
yeah,
yeah.
I understand.
Hopefully Get in the Car Loser is good, and we don't find out some shit about Christine Love in 5 years. She seems nice. She's probably fine.
She's probably fine.
Yeah. Because that's the next JRPG-ish thing that's coming out that I'm looking forward to. Although I don't know if the term JRPG is even right for those games, because they're not Japanese, but you know what I mean.
Well, it's in that style.
Yeah, like, it's one of those things where, like, I don't know what else you'd call it, then.
I would say it's in the Japanese school of RPGs.
That's fair. I do always feel weird that, like, most of my like, the couple games that I like in that genre are mostly Western-made. But also, the thing that I don't like about actual JRPGs is mostly their length. But whatever.
I mean,
I actually did not know that Christine Love was transgender.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I'm not sure how I knew that, but I was vaguely aware.
Love Conquers All have been at it for a while too. Like, that's not a young studio. They've been in the game for a good 10 years at this point, I think. Man, we've touched on a lot of things over the course of the stream. I hope this is what you guys like. Like, I'm always a little bit self-conscious whenever we discuss anything even remotely serious on my live streams. And in the as far as like actual shapes and forms, I just don't want to do it at all generally. But like, I don't know. Hopefully people think that it's that what we do here is good.
Oh, yeah, also, like, okay, in terms of game developers, I really don't want to be assholes, incidentally. Yeah. Toby Fox seems fine, but he also keeps an extremely low profile.
Yeah, I mean, like, Toby Fox is one of those people who just seems very generally good-natured. I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, like, the closest thing to a, like, bad was, like, some stuff that came up with like one of the people who had like, you know, a bonus character in the thing, and there was like some, but they resolved that very quickly and very amicably. So it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Toby Fox is one of those people, whenever somebody says they don't like Toby Fox, I'm always like, but why?
Yeah, like they're like, I don't know.
Most of the
like,
people who seem to not like him seem to not like him because he's good-natured.
Huh.
It's the same thing,
Yeah.
actually, like a non-video game person who this is true of. Travis McElroy gets a lot of shit from people, and I don't really know why. Like, the worst thing that he has ever done is be, like, somewhat tone-deaf about trans things once. And it wasn't even, like, majorly tone-deaf, it was just kind of, like, not a good thing to do, and he apologized for it. And, I don't know. There's something weird to me about people trying to find reasons to rag on, admittedly cis, but like GNC guy who is, I think, autistic or something like that. Point being,
Yeah.
he is
I wouldn't be
kind
surprised.
of like, it just strikes me funny. I don't know.
Incidentally, with Toby Fox, like, given some of his writing and things, like, I would not be surprised that if he is not straight and not neurotypical.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't ever want to
Like, I don't want to assume,
guess at
but
things
it's just
like that. It's just
that.
like, you know.
It's just it comes up enough that it's like,
resonance is there. But
like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But just like, I don't know. Whenever people try to find a reason to rag on someone whose public persona is very good-natured like that.
It's not even just public persona. It's like in terms of like,
Well, I mean,
from
we
what
don't
you generally hear from.
we don't know these people, so like.
True, but I'm saying like
But-
also like when you hear through the grapevine that, you know, generally speaking, that people like working with them, they're nice enough.
Yeah.
You know, it seems a little weird when there's like some bizarre outlier.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
It's sort of like the reverse of that whole thing of where you see like a diagram of band members and there's like only one guy who's stayed consistent throughout the entire life of the band.
I guess.
And then you're like, I know who, I see you there. And you realize like who the asshole probably is.
Or the brains of the operation, depending on.
Well,
the
yeah,
guy.
it's either the brains of the operation, the asshole, or both.
Yeah.
Like,
But
for example, notoriously with Brain Drill, this technical death metal band, the guitarist is like the only consistent guy, and they've had like lineup changes within a single year, and it's like, and then you hear stories about this guy, and it's like, oh, this makes so much sense.
yeah. Gosh. Now I want to talk about the McElroy brothers, but I don't think you know anything about them, really. Unless I'm mistaken.
I have listened to like one or two episodes of My Brother and Me. This former sort of like, she did a couple of anime videos, but she also did a couple of like other things. Like talked about did a video on Carboys, but she works for Crunchyroll now, so doesn't do this sort of stuff anymore. Keiko Cat.
Oh, I know her. Of her, at least.
She's also trans, by the way.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that
follow her
until
on Twitter, and I don't remember why. But whatever.
She did really good videos on Yuri on Ice and Non Biori.
Shows I have never seen.
Huh. Yeah,
Shit
she's
Talk Michael Gira. Who's Michael Gira? I don't know who
Michael
that is,
Gira. Michael Gira is the singer and main songwriter of Swans.
Ah. Well, no, Shredney's also a very big Swans fan.
Yes, I am.
I almost called them Schwans, which is not what the band is called.
But yeah, like Swans, like early on, Michael Gira has said, like I was an asshole early on in Swans, like, but at the same time, it's like, nah, like in his case, it's like it is again the brains of the, it's either, like it's basically his baby,
Yeah.
so it's like that makes sense. So, and also, like, the thing is, a lot of the same people he's worked with come back to work with him again. Like, the current touring lineup of Swans includes, like, Dana Schechter, who he worked with in the late 90s and early 2000s in Angels of the Light. Has Christoph Hahn, who he's worked with on and off since the 90s. Like, Norman Westberg, who he's literally worked with since 1982.
Hey. Norman Reedus.
Yeah? No.
Norman Reedus.
No.
Norman Reedus.
No.
Norman Reedus?
No! Oh yeah, and like it's like he, even when the band changes lineups and things, like, at least at this point in his career, people seem to actually like working with him, so.
Yeah.
Like, the only problem is that, like, because he never used, like, earplugs, he's, like, deaf as a post. So everything is really loud.
Deaf as a post. I get it, but I don't think I've ever heard that particular simile before.
It's a pretty old and common simile.
My mom would sometimes pull out weird ones that I'd never heard before, and she'd always say that too.
She was probably right.
Agree to disagree.
Jane, I think you might just live in a bubble.
What are you talking about? I live in a society.
That society is shaped like a fucking bubble.
I live in a bubble, baby.
Oh dear, what is that from?
That's another song by Eiffel 65, the group responsible for Blue.
Oh no!
It is called.
Blue, dabba-dee-abba-da.
It is called "Live in a Bubble."
I want to be far away, way.
No.
That fucking thing. Zoloto got a solo career.
No.
Look, you brought this upon yourself by bringing up Eiffel 65.
Do you know where they got their name from?
A random letter generator, wasn't it?
Yes.
Like random name generator?
It's a random word generator. Shredney,
Yes.
are you eating on stream again?
I've been eating on stream for like the past half hour and you didn't notice.
Shredney, did you know that death comes in many forms?
I know that death comes in many forms. I've told you of several ways you could die this stream.
The real reason we need to get Win on more often is because they're the only person that actually mutes when they make smack noises with their fucking mouths.
Delicious snacks from my big flappy mouth.
Don't call your mouth big and flappy. This is extremely unpleasant.
I know.
What does death taste like? Lime. Did you know that Jimmy Buffett is part of a genre?
What's the genre?
It is called Golf and Western.
Huh.
Do you get it?
Yes.
Are you sure you get it? What do you think it means?
I don't like it.
What do you think it means?
I don't like it.
What do you think it means, Friendly Bastard? My good friend.
I'm going to fucking shoot you, Jane.
No! I want to know. I want to know if you're correct.
I'm going to shoot you with a fucking gun.
I'm not making a joke. I want to know what you think.
I assume it's a reference to country and western, but via the Gulf. You know,
yes, but
the Floridian Gulf.
Did you also know that Gulf and Western is an oil company that's active in Florida?
I was aware, but did not make the connection. Thank you for making that connection for me, Jane. I give 0 fucks.
You don't like Jimmy Buffett?
I have no strong feelings about Jimmy Buffett.
Wasting away again in Margaritaville. Did you know that Jimmy Buffett has his own line of medical marijuana?
That is great. Okay, I have one strong
Did you
feeling
know
about Jimmy
that
Buffett.
the line of marijuana, they are named, like the strains are named after Jimmy Buffett songs? And that the most intense strain is called Surfin' in a Hurricane?
That is really good. Okay, I love this man now.
When asked about surfing in a hurricane, Mr. Buffett simply repeated the phrase, "Oh, this shit right here," 15 times in a row.
Did he actually do that?
No, that's a bit from a Bim Bam episode.
But does he actually have a strain of
Yes.
medical marijuana?
Yes, that part is
That
real.
is called
just
with.
the
It's just
whole
that
thing
particular-
was real. Just that quick is made up.
Okay. Okay, I still love this man.
I do love the idea of saying, "Oh, this shit right here," and increasing A, intensity, and B, like, alarm.
Oh, this shit right here. Oh, this shit right here. Oh,
Yes.
this shit right here.
Yeah.
Oh, this shit
No,
right
you don't.
here.
You don't actually have to do it 15 times in a row. But thank you for your commitment to the joke. Also, Jimmy Buffett does not make yacht rock. Stop with this slander. That's like Christopher Cross and stuff.
And what's his face? The guy who did the Pina Colada song.
Rupert Holmes.
Okay. God, he sounds like a British travel agent.
What?
The name Rupert Holmes sounds like a British travel agent or a porn star with a name like a British travel agent.
It's such a specific thing for that to make you think of.
Hello, I'm Rupert Holmes. I am going to get you a great deal on this chime share in Boca Raton. And
What?
also, give you my love.
The timeshare is a metaphor for my penis.
My very long penis.
An extended stay overnight in Havana.
Yeah. Oh, yes, Rupert.
If you have half a brain. Every time I hear that song nowadays, I also think of Tuesday by I Love McConan.
Why?
Because they have the same chord progression.
Okay.
Club going up. If you like pina coladas. Is John Holmes? I thought it was Rupert Holmes. Yeah? Don't die.
I'm
like,
fine.
Like, seriously, though. Be careful.
No, John Holmes is an actual porn star.
Oh.
I am aware. That's why I made
Pornographic
the joke.
actor.
Yeah. He's a very famous pornographic actor, to the point that I actually know his name. Or was. He died, if I'm not mistaken.
Rest in peace. Friend of the channel, John Holmes.
He was known for being prodigiously endowed.
You know, years ago, and it has been years now, when I made my Twitch channel, I was like, I should mark this as for adults only, like, just as a precaution. And it's times like this when I'm really glad that I did that.
Yes.
If you like penis colada...
Penis in colon? Oh no!
No.
Oh, no.
Now we've made an Action Bronson lyric. Like one of the bad ones.
Oh god! Action Bronson, oh no!
That's also what I say when he comes on the radio. That's not fair. I like a good chunk of his music, actually. I wish he just wasn't kind of a jerk.
Has he, like, done anything in the past couple of years?
He's put out a few mixtapes. He put out, it's called, like, Blue Chips 5000 or something. A year or two ago, and that was pretty good. It's got an interlude where he raps over the hold music from a car company that he's calling to rent a luxury limousine.
Huh. It's just like, I never hear anyone talk about him anymore.
He's kind of not, like, relevant right now in any major way.
Yeah.
Like, I think, unfortunately for people like me, who like people who rap as though they actually enjoy rapping, he kinda, like, his niche kinda got replaced with the slightly grittier stuff that, well, significantly grittier stuff that, like, the Griselda guys are doing. Which, you know, is great if you prefer all of your rap music to sound like it's being played at the wrong speed on a turntable.
Ouch.
I don't know why I'm being so mean to musicians I don't know tonight. Conway is gonna find this stream and say that I'm a nerd who doesn't appreciate what he brings to the table musically.
Just get into a feud with Conway, and that's your ticket to fame.
I'm not going to get into a feud with Conway the Machine.
Do it! Do it, nerd!
But Shredney, I don't appreciate what he brings to the table musically.
No, you have to go. You have to go harder, Jane. You have to
Shredney.
call him a weak ass bitch.
Shredney. This is nothing. What was the last rap feud I know of? There was Drake and Pusha T last year. That was the thing.
Yeah, and that ended not well for Drake.
No, but then he just, like,
He just kind of, like...
stopped talking about it, and everybody stopped caring, which is always what happens with Drake.
Yeah,
which is frustrating.
It is, especially when he acts like a huge asshole.
Which is most of the time.
Yeah.
Contrary to popular belief, I don't hate all of Drake's music. He's got a couple alright songs, but
He's just kind of
he's an
asshole.
He's a
Yeah.
jerk and I don't like him. I think it's very telling that, like, you know, unfortunately, probably the biggest artist of the 2010s was, you know, despite all the progress that's been made in the musical landscape, in terms of plurality and things like that, probably the biggest artist of the 2010s was a guy that mostly writes extremely bitter songs about women he broke up with 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Was the Machine Gun Kelly Eminem thing before that? Yes.
Yeah.
Also, I still think that Eminem's song in that whole thing was extremely overrated
That's fair.
and not actually that good. Every, like, a couple times a year, Eminem will put out a verse that is, like, better than stuff that he's done since, God,
Yeah.
Eminem show at this point. And people will be like, oh man, Eminem still got it, what a legendary verse, and then I listen to it and it's just, like, it's fine. Like, his verse on fucking, what the hell was the name of the song that he did with Logic on
Homicide.
Homicide? Like, his verse on that song is, like, pretty good, but...
And he does blow Logic
Well,
out of
yeah,
fucking water on his own
but
song.
he's gonna, so did fucking YBN Corday, like, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I barely noticed YBN Corday on there, but that's because I fucking hated that song so much that I didn't notice him.
Being very overrated. I think you can make a genuine case that the man's just general importance to the genre is extremely overrated.
Or exaggerated, at least.
Yeah.
Or not even exaggerated. He is very important. It's just that he's... I don't know how to...
Let me put it this way. I think you can make a very real case that Eminem is like maybe a top, like, 25 rapper ever. Top 10 if you're talking, like, mainstream only.
Yeah.
But I think many people would be like, well, obviously he's the best ever. Like, full stop.
Which,
and I
no.
think that's like, leaving out a lot of very good people who never really had that breakthrough moment, and also a lot of other popular rappers that have just as strong discographies, people like Cameron and stuff like that.
Yeah, and even just kind of ignoring, you know, that, like, there are other really big, you know, names who are just better.
Jay-Z coming immediately to mind.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's just weird. It's not weird. It's completely explicable because Eminem is white and most of the other people in this conversation are not. But
yeah.
It's just annoying. Also, like, Eminem is legitimately, like, still is legitimately a good rapper, and at his peak was, like, a great rapper. But
yeah.
I don't think he was that much better than any of the other, like, white boys making edgy rap music in the 90s, because there was more than just him. You know, in a nearby alternate reality, we're having this conversation about, like, Cage Kennels or Necro or even LP, maybe.
Yeah, that would be interesting, is like... And honestly, I think LP held up a...
I don't think LP is a better rapper, but I think he's got a stronger discography.
That's what I was going to say. He's more consistent.
Yeah.
And also more interesting in terms of content a lot of the time.
Yes.
Like, even when he's not technically as there, he's frequently doing more. And it's not like, you know, Eminem is completely devoid of that. Like, he has his moments of interesting storytelling and stuff.
Like, I mean, the example I was going to give was the bit on Homicide where he riffs on the word roof, I think is really interesting. But
yeah, and there was a whole other, and apparently, I can't remember what song it is, where he does a whole thing to, like, it was because he was annoyed that somebody said you can't rhyme anything with oranges, so he just
that was a long time ago, yeah.
Ages ago. He did a whole thing of just rhyming everything with the word oranges.
Yeah.
In an entire verse. And that's pretty fucking
That's one
funny.
of the things people always point to as, like, you know, best rapper ever. He's not the only person to have done something like that.
Like, he's not, like, he's far from the only one, but it is...
Like that.
but it's still impressive.
I think there's a
Like, it's
Tone Deaf song where he does something similar, which you want to talk about rappers that nobody cares about anymore.
But yeah, it's like, the thing is, I mean, it's not to, like, seriously knock him in terms of, like, saying, oh, he's not good, or even,
He's
oh,
just
he's not,
not
or even,
the
oh,
best.
he's not great. He's just not the best ever.
Yeah.
Totally different. It's like, you can say that somebody is great and deserves to be recognized for that, and has
Also,
some great material, but like still.
there's two different conversations of best rapper and best artist that makes rap music.
Which are two different things.
No, sorry. Like, I didn't mean to frame this as a response to what you said, Gogo. I didn't mean it that way. We're just talking. This is like general feeling in hip hop fandom.
But if you mean the artist who makes rap music, then
Yeah, like
LP definitely has it on.
Yeah, like even in the specific arena of white rappers, I'd put like Mac Miller over Eminem in terms of like interesting discography.
Huh. I never have listened to much Mac Miller.
His early stuff is very basic and frat rappy. Kind of filled the same niche as like Asher Roth when he came out. His later stuff is like he was never like a lyrical giant or anything, but his later work is a lot more interesting. I really like Faces. It's like one of my favorite mixtapes of the decade. Like it. Man, now I'm sad that Mac Miller's dead again.
Yeah.
Like, that guy meant a lot to a lot of people from where I grew up because he was from Pennsylvania, even if he wasn't from our part of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I understand.
No, it's okay. I brought him up, Go-Go. It's all good. But, like, Swimming is a very solid record. I think Face is just my favorite thing of his that he's done, but he's got several solid albums. It's a shame that we're not gonna get any more of them, but that's how life goes. Actually, on the other topic we were talking about, like Asher Roth, I think has a fairly interesting discography, like post Fame.
Yeah, like. That is the impression I kind of got, was like... And actually, Todd in the Shadows recently did the thing on I Love College, and it was like...
That episode annoyed me a little bit, because he, like, barely touched on
he barely touched on
I Love College.
But...
And the dude's had, like, a decade-long career with
like, that's...
He did a song with KRS-One, like...
But it seems like... But it did seem... I did get the impression that it's like... He has been doing way more interesting things than you'd immediately expect, especially given like that. It's like it's like the least one of his less characteristic songs.
Yeah.
That just became really big.
Well, he was trying to write a hit, and to that.
Yeah, he was trying to
write
a hit. It was like, I think I wrote a hit.
He succeeded. It's just that, unfortunately, he succeeded well enough that nobody cared about. Like, even off that same album, it's not a terrific song, but Lark on My Go-Kart is a lot better. Just as, like, it's purely a wordplay exercise.
Yeah.
The Beastie Boys, I would say, like, and that's another group where the discography is stronger. None of the Beastie Boys are particularly strong rappers, in my opinion. But that was kind of never the appeal of the group.
And it was never the point, and also in the period that they were operating, that was really not the point either.
Yeah. For the time, they were very lyrical, like,
Yeah, like, I mean,
up
for
there with,
the
like, Lord
fucking
Shafike
80s
and stuff, yeah.
Along with who?
Lord Shafike, who I guess was like not actually super well known, but is like one of the earlier people to make like very lyrically intricate rap. His best known single
should
was
look
a
into
song
it.
called "My Mic Is on Fire." It's a very good song.
Huh.
But Rakim, I guess, could have been a better example. But I don't think they were not as good as Rakim in that regard. But we're getting into like rank these rappers territory. But just I don't know. The elephant in the room for me, being a huge fan of the guy, is Aesop Rock, who is like maybe my favorite musician ever. But that's like I actually don't think many people would dispute that. At least many people who are familiar with both discographies.
Sorry, I missed a bunch of what you said after you mentioned Rakim.
Oh. What I said was kind of the elephant in the room as far as me specifically, because I'm a huge fan of the dude, is Aesop Rock, as far as white rappers I would rate more highly than Eminem. But that's also... Like, I don't think many people who are familiar with both of their discographies would dispute that one.
Yeah.
Like...
I really don't think so. Like, Aesop Rock, like...
And Ace I actually would say is a better rapper than Eminem.
Yeah, he's technically, like, really high up there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like, even... I think that even people who are maybe, like, not big on his work, you know, personally, would not argue that.
Yeah. Like, the thing Aesop, and I pride myself on being able to look at his music from an outsider's perspective, even though I am, like, a huge fan. I will say, like, the one weakness with Aesop's vocal style is that he does not vary his flow very often, at least not anymore. You do kind of have to be heavily into the lyric side of things to really like his stuff. But that's not really... Like, I don't really consider that a flaw. It's just, like, a style thing.
Excuse me.
Aesop Rock and Eminem started out around the same time. LP, too, and in fact, they are both on Sound Bombing 2, which is arguably the best rap compilation album. They, in fact, I think they might be on consecutive tracks, but Eminem's Any Man and Company Flow song that I am forgetting the name of are both on that compilation.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Which was the only time they ever shared album space together until the soundtrack for Venom came out last year.
Who was on Venom?
Eminem had a song for the movie.
I do know that. That song was fucking awful.
And so did Run the Jewels.
What?
Yeah, Royal We.
Huh.
Pretty good song, too.
Yeah, like I was about to say, I have like this suspicion that whether or not you like Run the Jewels, that it's gonna be a significant cut ahead of that particular Eminem song, which is
Venom, Venom, Venom.
It's like he's trying to be like I
don't know what's going on in that song.
It's like the rap equivalent of Hunger Dunger Dang.
Don't make me think of that.
What? You don't want to think about Hunger Dunger Dang?
Like...
Yarlin.
I think the rap equivalent of Hunger Dunger Dang at this point is the whole, like, Future-inspired, like, half mumble, half sing style of vocals, which a lot of people really like, and I'm not going to deny that it has artistic merit, because I think that would be foolish. But it is super not my thing, and it's like it was like the style for how many years?
Yeah, like...
It's just not my bag. I like some of the more energetic people that do it. I like Designer but Designer was
Yeah.
also kind of a one-hit wonder. So
And yeah, and he actually like leaked the album that
Well,
like
yeah.
he'd been working on because they'd been holding it in limbo forever.
I told you about that.
Oh, wait, yeah. I mean, I think I heard about it other places too. Was like that he finally
No,
did
I
that.
told you it on stream even.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you were like, huh?
Yeah, because I know that the label had kind of screwed him on that.
Yeah. Good music is a pit. Nobody who goes in there comes out alive. There's
Good music is whose again?
That's Kanye's label.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised.
Like nobody who's on that label ever releases anything on it and has anybody care. I think the only two other artists that make, like, they're on that label and actually make albums is Pusha T and Sci-Hi the Prince, who I think only is allowed to release his albums because he writes all of Kanye's now.
Ooh.
Which you can tell who he saves the good lyrics for, and it's not Kanye.
Oh. Oh. That's savage. Yet not wrong.
I like Sci-Hi. He does occasionally say things like, "You'd think my homies were crippin' because all they eat is seafood."
Oh no.
Like,
I like that though.
just the occasional really weird, like, backwards joke.
It's such a fucking groaner that I can't help but love it, kind of.
You would need
I
a
mean,
liquor license
and that
to
was
fuck
kind
with
of-
my bars.
And Kanye used to be able to do that. But,
Mayonnaise-colored Benz, we push Miracle Whips.
oh fucking hell. But it's like, but the problem, and it's sort of like the same thing with like Lil Wayne, with like being able to pull out these insane fucking lines and just sell them, and you like,
Real
you
G's
laugh
move
rather
in
than
silence like
facepalm.
lasagna.
What'd you just say?
Real G's move in silence like lasagna.
Yeah.
Might be the actual greatest lyric of all time.
Like that is, it's like you have to think about it, and then you realize
It's like
what
an
it is, and you're just,
anti-bar.
it's like a fucking, yeah, exactly.
It's like the equivalent of one of those jokes that's like, what's black, white, and red and all over? A zebra with sunburn. Like, you're
no,
not
but
wrong, but...
but I mean, it's like clever, but terrible at the same time.
It's art, is what it is.
Yeah, it's also kind of like one of those bars that only Wayne could come up with.
Yeah, like, it's his thing.
Like his unique flavor of yeah, like, this is a kind of corny that I can't help but respect. Like, how...
By the way, there's a fucking Chief Keef song where he, like, references that, except he says spaghetti, which makes the joke not work, which I think might almost be better.
Like, it's... Like, actually, if you...
It's not called spaghetti.
Well, you could say that real H is silent like spaghetti.
That's not... No.
But that's not, like... But then I'd have to think of a hentai with no dialogue.
I'm gonna kill you.
Or like an H-Jojin with no dialogue.
Or,
probably exists,
or heroin. Which, that doesn't really work either.
Press F to pay respects. Fuck!
Press respects to pay F.
Fuck!
Alright,
I think I'm gonna go to bed or something.
yeah, I think that's about it for the evening.
Yeah. Yeah, or maybe eat something and then go to sleep. That'd be nice.
This
That'd be
was
good.
a fun... Hey, the pumpkin is gone. That's weird.
Yeah, I noticed that a while back. It was like,
I
where'd
didn't
the
turn it
pumpkin
off
go?
either. That's odd.
Where'd the
Anyway,
pumpkin go?
it knew that it's not Halloween anymore.
Excuse me.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming out for this oddly long stream.
Yeah.
But we do those
When
sometimes.
did we start? Holy shit, it's 12:30 a.m.?
Yeah.
What? What?
We started at like 6 my time. So
Yeah,
it's been like 7 your time.
I know. It
Um,
was like 6:30. It's been 6 hours.
but yeah. We're done for the evening. We will be back in some amount of days. Thursday at the latest. See you guys around.
See you!
Bye. You're welcome, Go-Go. And Ed.